Live tonight here, episode number 26 of ARCS Behind the Driver. We got Mr. Blake Henderson in the virtual studio tonight. Y'all stay tuned. It's going to be a great episode. Episode 26 here tonight of ARCS Behind the Driver.
Welcome to ARCS, Behind the Driver podcast.
Here with Mr. Blake Henderson. Blake, how you doing, buddy?
I'm alive. It's moved down to Statesboro Monday, and it's rained every day. I swear to God, I'm living in Florida, but otherwise, I'm all right. How are you doing, Ryan?
I'm all right. Hey, you're in South Georgia. Well, it's kind of South Georgia. I
No, it's South
it's
Georgia.
South Georgia.
I'm like
It's,
an hour from Savannah.
yeah, that's South Georgia. All right. Well,
Yeah,
I always like to open this up, kind of throwing over to you. Obviously, a lot of people in ARCS know who you are.
unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of people in HTL obviously know who you are. So tell us about you, a little bit about your life, who you are, where you kind of talked about where you live, but floor's yours for who you are and kind of where you come from.
You're such an asshole. I literally said 5 seconds ago I hate these type of questions.
I know.
Uh, I'm Blake Henderson. I own HTL alongside Alfred Denny. Um, Born and raised in Metro Atlanta. I just moved out recently to Southern Georgia to go to Georgia Southern. I know, shocker. Um, I don't know, HTL's been running for about 4 years now. Got an iRacing a few years ago. I don't know. I'm really bad at this stuff. I love baseball, football.
Go dogs.
Uh, yes, sir. We're the Georgia Penitentiary right now.
Yeah.
Um, Love racing, obviously. Uh, I think me and Ryan are like the same person. We both love Ryan
Yeah.
Blaney to an uncomfortable extent.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I suck at this stuff. I need other questions that are more directed to me.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, somebody's already saying roll tide in the chat, so we need to go ahead and ban them.
Who's that? Oh, I bet it's Selena.
Is it?
Yeah,
Well,
only Alabama fan I know.
there's not a lot anymore. Now
No,
that
they
now
once
that
they
Nick
saw Georgia was
Saban,
so good,
yeah,
they
Nick
were like,
Saban
oh.
left. Nick Saban was like, "Holy shit, Kirby Smart's pretty good. Let me get out of here."
What's weird, I saw a stat today of Kirby Smart's record, and it was like 3 out of like 5 losses or something crazy like that in the last few years, or to Nick Saban still.
Yeah,
That still is kind of like twisting the knife.
it's tough, but I mean, man, that Alabama team's they come up clutch when it's big games. They've done that for a lot of years. So
Dude, I still vividly remember the 2012 SEC championship when we lost by like 3 yards
yeah,
because
that
Chris Conley didn't know to just bat the ball
hmm
down.
he caught the ball and then went down, and we had no timeouts and no time. If he would have just batted that ball, we could have kicked the field goal, went into overtime. But
I don't think weren't we done by 4?
maybe we might have been. It could have been, but still,
because Mark Ritt was an idiot, but I don't think he's that much of an idiot.
yeah, he had his moments. He really did. But in big time
I
games,
really liked Mark.
I did too. I loved to see him go to Miami. Like that was so cool to see him coach at his alma mater. Like that
And he
seems
had
like
him rolling.
yeah, and that seems like what all the coaches are doing now. Like they're all going back to their where they played, and yeah, Miami was. I mean, he kind of brought him out of a slump there for a little bit, and then he
I
was
think
like,
he
you know
almost
what,
had
I'm
him
out.
title bound, didn't he?
Yeah, it was close.
I want to say
They,
he lost a pit or something like that, and that screwed
hmm
him. But he was like undefeated that season, and he just couldn't rebound after that.
Yeah, when they lost to Pittsburgh, that was pretty much
So
season end.
losing to a team that doesn't even have their own home stadium, like,
Yeah,
dude, come on.
yeah, like come on, get real here. But yeah, I mean, I think actually Mark Rick, I think lives in Athens now. He
Does he?
moved back to Athens, from what I've heard. I mean, shit, he could have 5 houses for all I know.
Probably
Like,
does.
I mean, anybody that coached Georgia for as long as he did and then went to Miami, yeah, that dude's got plenty of money. So
Isn't doesn't he have Parkinson's or something like that?
I don't know, maybe
He had some health issue. I know he had a heart attack, and he said I was fine, but I swore he had like a.
he might. I don't know.
How do you spell that dude's name? Never mind, I figured it out. That Georgia
RIC.
Common Core is going to work.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, he does have Parkinson's.
Mm.
Had it
I,
since 2021.
I did not know that. Well, maybe that's why he
What
quit coaching.
what a great start to this, by the way.
Yeah. This isn't how I thought it was going to start. So, all right. Anyway, let's get back on topic here. So tell us about. We'll get to the question that I kind of ask everybody, but first I want to know, how did you get into sim racing? What was your kind of background? Was it when you were a kid? I mean, I know a lot of the people that I talked to, including myself, played. The first NASCAR game I ever played was NASCAR '98 on PlayStation 1, where you had the cheat code where you could shoot paintballs. But tell us about your story of how you kind of got into racing, got into sim racing, that whole thing.
Yeah, my first game was also NASCAR '98, which is hysterical because I was born in 2002. Yeah, but my dad gave me his PlayStation 2 when I was real young, and I just played the NASCAR games a lot. And I think we can both agree that the NASCAR games kept going downhill, especially after like '03.
Oh, yeah.
So I was kind of in and out on the NASCAR games, but where it really got serious was I picked up a Heat 5 right in the middle of COVID. I actually had to, what was it called? Quarantine for like 2 weeks because I thought I had it. And I lived in a house with two people who had immune disorders, so I couldn't play with that. So I picked it up on PlayStation, and I just dove so far deep into it. And that really, after Junior retired, I really kind of stepped back from NASCAR a little bit because, I don't know, they just weren't. Jimmy Johnson killed it a lot, but at least I still had a driver. And after Junior stepped away, you kind of lost who to root for. But at that time, when I started playing Heat 5, is all the quirks and bad stuff it has on it, that is one of the driving factors of getting me back into NASCAR, and also NASCAR becoming the first sport to come back. And that just kind of led to a snowball effect of me being here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's cool. So what was your first time, like when did you kind of say like, hey, I want to get into this iRacing thing? Like what kind of drug you over? Because I know like for us with ARCS, we were Xbox, so we were obviously different console, but even though now you play Xbox with us in college football, which we will talk a little bit later about that, what got you into iRacing? What made you? Obviously, it's a big purchase. You got to get a PC. You got to get a setup, a wheel. What made you say, okay, I'm gonna pull the trigger. I'm gonna do this.
I was watching iRacing streams before I really paid attention to it, if that makes sense. Before I really knew what it was. I suppose I should really start where HTL started, because that was what led to all of it. Within like 2 days of me getting Heat 5, I was watching this streamer named Fatal Cade, and he said he had this league he was going to be in that was like 2 days later. So I said, okay, I'll get in it and be on your team. And it's me, him, and another person were this whole team. I forget what it's called because he was some commentator for Mortal Kombat. It was crazy. Got into this first Daytona race. The league owner quit halfway through the race, and it was such a disaster.
Hell yeah.
And I didn't volunteer to start a league. I was voluntold to by him. It's like, yeah, you're smart. I'm like, I've known you 2 days. But he's like, I was like, all right, I'll do it. And so we started HTL like 2 days, like a week later, I think, is when our first Daytona race was. And then it just kind of snowballed after that. I think we did three or four seasons on Heat before we went to iRacing. And people just started one by one kind of getting it from the Heat series. And I knew I wanted to get it, but it was like, man, it's such a steep entry cost, because like you said, you got to get the PC, you got to get a monitor, you got to get the wheel and pedals, and then you got to get the subscription, and then you got to start buying all the tracks, and then you got to kind of figure out like how to do it. You can't just jump in head first like you could with Heat. So that was kind of the driving force behind me getting iRacing. Is that I always wanted to get it. I just never thought it was realistic until I actually did it. I was too young. I think I was 17 or 18 when I got I think I was 19 when I got the PC, but I couldn't afford all that up front. So I applied for a loan. I got denied and I had to do Best Buy's awful progressive leasing program.
Hell yeah.
And over a year, I ended up paying for a $1,300 PC, about $2,600.
Yeah, there you go.
I got hoed.
America, baby.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah. If you can't afford it, pay double and you can fucking have it. It's all yours.
Almost went under doing that. I think my credit score went down like 30 points. My non-existent credit score was already on the downturn.
It was worth it. Let's be honest. It was worth it. So that's cool. I mean, obviously, me being the owner of ARCS, you being the owner of HTL. I mean, that I always am interested on how other leagues start, because we kind of had the same story of, we started on Xbox. We ran for about the same time, 3 or 4 years. Well, probably 2.5 years on Xbox. And then we all kind of were like, hey, this is like iRacing's the future. We need to make that transition. And we all kind of made that transition. And luckily, I mean, there hasn't been a good console game. I mean, NASCAR Heat 5 by no means was a good console game, but it's kind of all we had. Yeah, and then NASCAR 21 Ignition drops, and it's like, what pile of garbage is this? Like, I mean, you couldn't even set up lobbies. I mean, you could do online racing, but you couldn't kick people. I mean, you couldn't do anything. It was like, thanks a lot. Like, there
was no league racing, I don't think, on there.
No, you couldn't. I mean, you had no way of inviting people. You couldn't, set up private lobby. Like, there was no way you could do league racing on NASCAR 21 Ignition. So yeah, it killed a lot of leagues. I mean, it did.
That was part of the reason we went over too, is we were kind of looking at it, and we'd already started to go over to Heat or to iRacing, and we saw what a piece of shit that was, and we were like, fuck that. And that was kind of the death of the Heat series. We kind of never did it again. I think we tried it again one more time, but it was such a shit show because everyone already left. And what's funny, when we went to iRacing, it was the same thing that happened to me the first time, where we all joined another league. And it was such a shit show. It's called, I don't know if you remember, they were a Heat series called NASCAR.
Yeah.
With Tyler McMurder. And we all joined that, and it was such a shit show. And us and Deep Racing, so at the time it was like Alfred and all them, decided to pull over to do our own thing, and I got wrangled into running another league. And here we are now, for better or for worse, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I know all about that. I remember when we first started on Xbox, I ran A Squared, which still runs to this day. For everybody that doesn't know, the first name was Above Average NASCAR Heat for Friends. That was legit our league name. The worst league name I've ever came up with in my life. Fucking awful.
That's something.
It's something. And then we went to NASCAR Heat 5, and it's like, well, we got to drop the NASCAR Heat 4 part. So we were like, okay, well, we're above average, because, we were all like, we're not great, but, we have fun. So it's like, oh, we're above average. And then Rick James had the brilliant idea of like, you know what? Let's call it A Squared. And I'm like, I like that. Let's do it. Let's change it to A Squared. And here we are, still running A Squared in 2024, 4 years later. And TNT also was running. They had started their league about the same time we started A Squared. And after they had some, we were kind of like, people in TNT would run A Squared, people in A Squared would run TNT, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's merge. Let's merge this thing. Let's make a super league. And everybody, all the admins at the time were like, we're down. Let's do it. So then ARCS was found, Alliance Racing Championship Series, and the rest is history, man. It's crazy to look back and think about how little we were back then and how massive we are now. Same with HTL. I mean, y'all are huge.
It's crazy. We're all right. It's crazy to look at how simple it used to be. Like, the problems you dealt with in Heat and early on in the iRacing stuff is nowhere near what you got to deal with now. Like, fuck, I feel like I need a management degree to do this shit properly. And another thing I want to note that I don't feel like a lot of people know is, I don't know how it took this long for ARCS and HTL to really get in the same circle, because we were circling around each other for a long time. I didn't even realize it. Like, we tried for 2 seasons to get Rick James to commentate for us. And the only reason he didn't is because the length of our schedule. And then Ryan broadcasted a few of our races on Kurt Swatsworth's channel. And Ryan actually commentated my first ever win in a league on iRacing. It's crazy.
That is crazy. It's a small
It's
world.
a small world.
It is. Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, we talk about that. I mean, I feel like, at least from my end, really, Carmen is kind of the one that kind of brought our two leagues together because,
For sure.
she was broadcasting some of y'all's races. She was broadcasting some of our races. And, through obviously us kind of watching some of y'all's stuff and then y'all watching some of our stuff, it's like, oh, we all have kind of the same interests. Like, hell,
Yeah.
we don't have a whole lot going on these nights and y'all do, and y'all don't have a lot going on these nights and we do, so it's like, hell, let's get together and we can run in each other's leagues. And that's how it's been.
Yeah.
I mean, Monday nights, hell, probably 25% of y'all's field also races in ARCS, and
Oh, for sure.
that's cool for me. I mean, I enjoy seeing that too, because it's like, well, I'm not gonna tell my drivers, no, you can't run in another league. Like, fuck, go run wherever you want to. I don't care. And it's
Yeah.
it's competitive,
I
and
wish-
it helps them.
I do wish more HTL drivers would race in ARCS. I noticed that's something that doesn't really carry over to other leagues. Like, people from ABN will race in ARCS and HTL, and people from ARCS will race in ABN stuff and HTL. But I've noticed for some reason, it's not me. I want to clear the air right now. I advocate all of our drivers to do whatever the hell they want to. But for some reason, they just won't do anything like a lot of people. This is it.
Yeah.
Like, I know Matthew Boone in particular, when we booted up for Daytona this year, he's like, man, I had to renew my subscription. I haven't been on this shit in 3 months.
Yeah, it's like,
dude, what are you doing?
yeah, what do you like, go race something else. Like, come on.
How did you win a championship? Like, what do you?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, different drivers are different. I mean, I think the main reason why a lot of ARCS drivers run HTL, especially on Monday nights, is the next gen car. The more you race that car, the better you get. So if you run that car twice a week on Mondays and Sundays, hell, that's double the racing that maybe somebody that doesn't run on Mondays, you get some extra practice. And again, it's not the same tracks, but still, if HTL's at Richmond one week and A Squared's at Iowa, well, it's similar tracks. It's similar racing style, Hell, I'll go over there and get some practice. I mean, unfortunately, man, dude, I'm so bummed that I can't race Talladega. I am so fucking bummed, man. I told you, I was like, dude, put me in the car. I'm going to race. The next day, my boss is like, hey, the owner of the company wants to take you. He's got a suite at the Comerica Park for the Detroit Tigers. Free food, free beer. He wants to take you and me, and he wants to go out to the game. And I'm like, okay, when is it? He's like, it's Monday at 6:40. And I'm like, fuck.
It was funny when I did the number change. I said Ryan Pinnell in the 21, and it was 6 hours later as I went, I lied. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind. He's not. He's not in it.
That's because, like, it's the same thing. I would race ARCS if I had the time, but with a job, I can only for sure take off one night a week.
Yeah.
And especially what I was doing before, I was always doing other stuff, and a lot of times I just want to watch a NASCAR race, and sometimes those overlap.
Mm-hmm.
And now that my schedule is getting a little bit more freed up, I can't run A Squared because it's in the playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs started, so there's no sub drivers. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you can still race. I'd have to check with Kent, but you just can't sub for anyone. But if you paid your dues for the year, you can still race.
What are y'all racing tomorrow or Sunday?
Watkins Glen, so maybe not that one, but
and it's always that type of stuff too. It's like, okay, I can run Sunday night, and
it's like, yeah, we're at Canadian Tire. It's like, yeah, all right, pass. Yeah. The only reason I'm gonna run it is because we have like I missed the playoffs because I fucking ass in the next gen. I can't figure it out, but we have like a silver playoff that Kent's got some money to basically whoever didn't make the playoffs, everyone's points reset to 0, and whoever wins the silver playoff gets like I don't remember what it is, like $20 or something. But but I'm in second, and Cody Pinnell's in first. That motherfucker.
You can't let Cody beat you.
I'm gonna rip his fucking Ethernet cable out of his damn Wi-Fi, even though I'm 700 miles away from him now.
Here, I'm close. I'll drive up the Good Hope.
Yeah,
I'll jiggle it when he's racing.
Yeah, jiggle it a little bit while we're at Watkins Glen, because that motherfucker went and got a damn Moza R5. So now he was already good enough when he had his shit ass wheel. Now he's got a brand new direct drive, and he's out there. I mean, he's just gonna get faster every week. So yeah. I'm pretty much screwed.
And I think I wrecked him in Atlanta in HTL, but that's okay.
He probably doesn't remember, or maybe he does. I don't know.
I don't know. I remember. I hold grudges like a motherfucker. You wreck me once, I'll remember that shit till the rest of time.
I do too. I still have a saying in ARCS: "Fuck the 27." Tyler Patterson used to drive the 27 in A squared. He hadn't been in a race in 2 years, but I still see a 27 car on track, and I have nightmares. I'm like, oh god. Jack Mulkey ran the 27 last year, and I about wrecked Jack Mulkey 3 or 4 times just because he was in the 27. I didn't give a shit.
It's just a hatred. Like I don't like anyone in the 24
Yeah.
because someone that you're now familiar with, old Steve Tucker.
Yeah.
He's one of like 3 people in a league race I have purposely dumped. We had a nickname. It was by Marcus Chafe and another Georgia boy. His name was Turtle Dick Steve Tucker. I don't know where he came up with that. He was a drill instructor, so he just comes up with the most random assortment of words. And you're like, all right, that works.
All right, cool, whatever.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, what were we talking about? Fuck, I
don't know. I'm pretty sure I got ADD, so you take me one direction and I'll just go that way for like 20 minutes.
Bro, half these podcasts I have a plan, and then 10 minutes in, I don't know where the fuck I'm at. Sometimes I feel like Theo Vaughn, like he's just lost when he does his podcast, but they still turn out pretty good. I feel like mine are that way. Like I kind of get lost like halfway in between, and then I'm just like, hey, that was pretty cool. And then I would listen to it, and I'm like, it was all right, I guess. It was all right.
It's like Carmen kept your ass on track.
Yeah.
I was the one I saw that was like you were in a line. You're like, I'm not deviating from this.
Yeah, I was zoned in for sure. Honestly, that was probably one of the better podcasts I've done, just because, I mean, even with you, like, I don't really get to talk to people one-on-one very much. None of us really do. I mean, honestly, you very rarely get to sit down with another person one-on-one in today's, racing community, especially with as big as ARCS and HTL has gotten over, the past years. Same with ABN, with Carmen. I mean, she's pretty much the owner of ABN. So, when I sit down with somebody one-on-one, it's like, man, this is crazy. Like, I've talked to you so much, whether it be running HTL races, running ARCS races, but just never get that opportunity to sit down 1v1. And some of these people that I have on the podcast, like, no offense, but like, I don't fucking know them. So like, I start the podcast and I'm like, I'm kind of worried because like 10 minutes in, I'm gonna be like, well, fuck it, that's all I got.
Yeah, and then, I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know what question to ask.
I don't know what I don't know what
you ran one race in ARCS. I don't know who the hell you are.
Yeah, like even with like James Wright, he came on the podcast a couple weeks ago, and I've ran with James with in HTL. I've seen him in the truck series when I'm broadcasting, but I've never talked to him one-on-one before, and we had a great podcast, a great conversation. I mean, that's one of the things why I love doing this, because I get to sit down with people and like figure out who they are. It's like, that's something that's, I feel like, doesn't happen a lot in our community. I mean, we're always in a chat with 30, 40 other fucking drivers, listening to drivers meetings, and then you go to your team chats, and it's like, man, sometimes we just need to get back to just like, hey, let's just talk, let's just have fun, talk shit about other people, and just enjoy it. So I've loved it.
I don't know if you feel this way, but like I know one thing that I felt like I do miss from the heat days and early in the iRacing days is it doesn't really feel like a community, It doesn't feel like a big like you say it's a big ARCS family, or you say it's a big HTL family, but motherfucker, there's like 200 people in the server.
Yeah.
There's some people that run Cup every week that I don't think I've ever talked to. I don't think I've ever sent a DM to. I don't think I even know what their voice sounds like.
Yeah.
Because you do stay in your little bubble. Like I know me and you are going to be the same. We probably stay in our admin bubble, and then we stay in the bubble with our teams.
Yeah.
But I don't. Back in the day, like I say back in the day, like I'm 90 years old, but
feels
you
like
knew
that
everybody.
though. Yeah.
Yeah. Even if you got into a heated ass argument, and even back then, I don't know about y'all, but those happened a lot. But you'd even walk back to 2 days later, 2 weeks later, or whatever, you'd be fine. You could yell and scream at each other and be fine at the end of the day. And I feel like that the bigger you get and the more, I guess, corporatized it gets. Like it more feels like running a business now. You kind of lose that.
It is, yeah.
I miss that. And like even me and you, we've ran, I don't know, probably 15, 20 races in the same chat together. You know, we are in the same chat for 3 hours, 4 hours a night. And this is the first time we've really sat down and talked to each other. Like I know of you and I know a little about you, but I don't really know you.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what's cool about this podcast. I mean, I had this idea late last year, and I was like, you know what, I want to do this. I want to get to know like people in the community, even if they're not necessarily in ARCS. Most of the people on here are in ARCS, but I'm not opposed to having somebody on here that's not in ARCS. I mean, I just want to know about people. I want to learn their story. I want to learn how they got into racing, how they got into sim racing. I mean, like for me, like, my dad, I mean, if it wasn't for my dad, I would have probably never known what NASCAR was. I mean, he was a huge Rusty Wallace fan when I was growing up. He loved Rusty Wallace. So obviously me being a kid, I'm like, well, you like Rusty Wallace, so do I, and then, the 12 car, obviously being Penske, I loved Ryan Newman. I thought he was awesome. Casey Kane. I was a huge Casey Kane fan. And then when, unfortunately, Casey Kane retired, I was like, well, shit, what do I do now? And then Ryan Blaney was like, hey, I'm signing with the 12. I'm on Penske. And I'm like, I'm committed. He's got the same name as me. Like, let's go. I'm in. And I just love Ryan. I mean, I feel like me and Ryan Blaney, and you too, I mean, I feel like all three of us kind of have the same personality. When we have that virtual helmet on, we may say some things that, might get us in trouble. But after the race, we're like, hey, whatever. It was on the track. Who cares? And, I loved Ryan Blaney. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to pull for him. And then he won the damn championship last year. Dude, when he was crying, I ain't going to lie to you. I'm a grown-ass man, but there might have been a couple tears shed on this face too. I was so damn happy for him. Oh God, I can't believe it.
I was right there too. And I was kind of similar. Like when I was a kid, I mean, when I was like 4, I liked Tony Stewart, but that was only because it was the Home Depot. I don't know anything about him. I wasn't really paying attention. As a Georgia boy, every Georgia boy loves the Home Depot for, I don't know why. We all do. But the one I actually started liking NASCAR and understanding it, like when I was 13 or whatever, I liked Dale Jr. because guess what? Everyone in my family loved Dale Jr. Mm-hmm. And he retired, and I kind of stepped away, like I said, and started watching it again. And I'm like, I know that Clint Boyer guy, so I'll like Clint Boyer just because he's funny. Yeah. And then I actually started watching the races. I'm like, you know what? This Ryan Blaney guy, he's all right. I think I'm going to be a Blaney guy. Yeah. And what solidified it with me in the first race I went to in like 7 years, because I went to one race when I was like 12. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember, it was the coldest Atlanta race ever. Mm-hmm. It's when they put it after the 500, which I still think is a stupid idea. Yeah. Because it's balls cold in Georgia at that time.
Yep.
But I went to the 21 race where Ryan Blaney won it, and I was like, okay, yeah,
I'm in.
I'm a Blaney fan now.
Yep.
And what's funny to me is when I was growing up, everyone in my family liked the same person. Now everyone in my family, plus my girlfriend, likes completely separate people. Like my mom loves Joey Logano. I don't know why. My dad loves Chase Elliott, and my girlfriend's a Denny Hamlin fan.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
I kind of like Denny Hamlin. I hate to say it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I have at work, I listen to podcasts pretty much all day. And of course, I listen to all of Junior's stuff. So any Dirty Mo Media. And I will say, ever since I have started listening to Denny Hamlin on the podcast that he does, I agree. I was never a huge Denny Hamlin fan. I'm still not a Denny Hamlin fan by any means, but I respect how he talks on his podcast. I feel like I don't know. I do feel like I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it, Denny. Like, I'm not going to root for you on a Sunday, but I get it. Like, okay, I'm there with you.
Well, he plays the heel.
Yeah.
And like growing up, I hated Kyle Busch because he played the heel. But now that I've grown up a little bit, I'm like, all right, I respect it. I like it. His podcast did a lot, and also what made my girlfriend one was what was it called? The Netflix deal.
Oh yeah,
that's what turned, because she was a Blaney fan, because of me. But then she started watching it, and she's like, I like Denny Hamlin. I'm like, you don't know what you just got yourself into being a Denny fan.
You've made a huge mistake. Yeah.
Like, you could have I don't know, William Byron, who no one really hates, but no one really likes.
Yeah.
He could have been boring, but you like the most hated driver in NASCAR right now.
He's like middle of the pack. Like okay, well, yeah. He wrecks sometimes, and then he wins sometimes.
Which is funny because my least favorite driver in all of NASCAR is William Byron.
Yeah.
I cannot stand Byron or Bowman. I can't stand either of them.
Yeah, they both need a new job, but yeah, that's like
especially Bowman.
Oh God, yeah, he won Chicago. Woohoo! Like,
off of luck.
Congratulations, you won one race. Yeah, like golf clap. Like, what the hell? Yeah, like my dad's the same way. Like my dad kind of lost interest in NASCAR, and then once I really, the past 4 years is when I really kind of got back into NASCAR, like 100%. And, so my whole family knows that I'm a huge Ryan Blaney fan. Kenzie's family too. Like we're actually going to the Michigan race August 18th, taking her dad and her stepmom. Her stepmom has never been to a NASCAR race. She knows that I'm a huge NASCAR and Ryan Blaney fan, and she's like, it's not that she doesn't understand it, but she's just like, I don't really know, like I don't get it. And I'm like, well, I will take y'all to a race and you will get it. When you're at a race, you'll understand why we love this. Like,
that's what turns you into NASCAR.
It is a different, when you're watching it on TV, you're like, especially if you're not a fan, you're like, I don't get it. And I get
it's just
that.
Cars going in circles.
Yeah, I get that. For someone who doesn't understand the strategy and the engineering behind it, they're just like, this is just cars going in circles. I don't understand this. I'm like, well, let me take you to a race, and you'll hear it, you'll feel it, you'll smell it, and it will change your mind. Like, you will be like,
oh, for sure.
Holy shit. Yeah, I get it now. Like,
you feel it.
Yeah, like I get it. It's okay. This is cool. So I'm looking forward to that. We get to take her family to a NASCAR race, and hopefully Blaney, he's good at mile and a half. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, like I'd love to take my girlfriend's family to one because they're in the same boat. Like they're from California and Michigan. They don't really know. I did take them to the NASCAR Hall of Fame when we were up there, and they started respecting it a little bit more because I think that's the main thing for the general public, right? They just don't know. Because I've always said, if you don't like NASCAR, you're probably not going to like any other motorsport. NASCAR
Yeah.
is the most easily accessible motorsport to get into just because of how action packed it is. Like you say,
Yeah.
you like F1, but you go watch an F1 race, and it's, for me at least, it's just boring.
Yeah.
Like you can't.
It
If I want to
is.
watch open wheel, I'll just watch IndyCar because
Yeah.
they're
At least
better.
it's a little bit better. Yeah. A little bit better
Yeah,
racing.
at least they don't neuter the drivers. That's my main thing with
Yeah.
Formula One. It's like, well, you can't drive down the track like this. I'm like, why? It's in the racing
Yeah.
surface. Who cares?
Then they'll be like, "Hey,
Okay.
your teammate's coming up. Let him by." It's like, what? What? Why? Like, what? Why do I have to let him by? Team orders. Let him by. It's like,
Like, I'm sure that happens in NASCAR,
I'm sure
but
it does.
at least it's not allowed explicitly. You can't
Yeah.
just pull over and be like,
Yeah.
"All right, buddy, here you go."
Yeah. Okay, Joey, come on by. 12 cars slow. Yep. Get around him. Like, what the hell? That's
Which I have no doubt Blaney's done that.
yeah. Well,
Not doing it on volition.
I mean, he did it at Phoenix when Logano won the championship. He
He
very
was so much faster.
Yeah, he very easily could have won that race, and he just parked it in second.
I don't know if you remember Phoenix that year, where the first race where Blaney tried to take him 4 wide for the lead, and Larson cut him off. I met him the week after, and how I introduced myself to Ryan Blaney was, if it were me, I would have dumped his ass so quickly. And he looked me dead in the eyes and went, "I didn't fucking lift." I'm like, fuck yeah, bro.
Like, yeah, I like you and more now. Yeah, I got a hat signed by Blaney, and when ARCS went to Talladega, because we do this really cool thing. It's probably out of everything we've done in ARCS, this is the coolest thing we do. Is every year we go to a race somewhere in the United States. This year will be our 4th year. We're going to Atlanta. I'll be there. Maybe, hopefully, you can sneak away and come hang out with us for a couple minutes or so. But we went to Talladega. So the first year we went to Bristol Dirt. It was the first Bristol Dirt race. So, like, we were there. It was history. And then the second year we went to Talladega, and Blaney was up there doing like a, press conference or something. And then after he left, he went and signed autographs, and I was down there, man. I had my hat. I was ready. And I'll never forget, Kinsey took a picture of me, and I have the hat. Like, I'm holding the hat, and Blaney's, like, right there by me. And she's like, I have never taken a picture of somebody from the back and been able to tell they were smiling from the back of the, and no shit. I looked at the picture and I'm like, yeah, damn, you can't tell I'm smiling. And all you could see was the back of my head, and you'd be like, yeah, that motherfucker right there is smiling as from ear to ear. I mean, I was so happy. I mean, I was like, man, I wanted to grab his arm, but I figured that probably wouldn't have been a good idea. So I
Probably not.
I didn't do it.
You feel like a kid again.
Yeah, I mean, really. I mean, I saw him and I was like, dude, I have cheered for this guy. I have watched this guy win. And he is like 2 feet from me. Like, yeah, like, what other sport can you do that? Like, football, you can't do that shit in football. Like, unless you have a damn VIP suite where you can go into the locker room, like, you can't do that. Like, NASCAR that's what's so cool. Like, and I know there are some other sports like NHRA, you can go down there, and get close, but it's just so cool, man, to be able to. We were just out there drinking, before the race, and here's my favorite driver out there signing autographs, and I'm like, this is so fucking cool. Like,
Yeah.
What the hell?
It's crazy because most of them are really down to earth too. Like, the dude talked to me. Like, I thought it'd be like, "Hey, how you doing? Bye."
Yeah, bye. See
And
ya.
it was like he talked to me for like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
I showed him my fucking paint schemes. Like,
Hell
I
yeah.
was like, oh, fuck, what's going on? And like the guy I went with is a buddy from college that I met like twice, by the way. Like, after he's like, I don't think I've ever seen a grown ass adult be this excited.
You're like, yeah, bro, you don't get it. Like, you just don't get it. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Some people don't get it. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, I don't know what to say, but look, I got to piss. So let's take a piss break. I'm going to make sure I mute myself because Apparently,
You don't want us to hear you frying chicken in there.
yeah. Well, I made that mistake. I think Fetter Place told me. He's like, hey, by the way, when you left, we could hear you pissing. So, yeah. So I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute both of us here. You'll probably still be able to hear me because I'm not muting myself in Discord, but nobody at home will be able to hear me piss in the toilet here. So we'll take a little short break. We'll be back here in just a second.
I'll make sure to give you a little rating.
All right, we're back. Hopefully nobody heard me piss, but y'all heard him open a new drink, so I gotta catch up. I got one more in my little mini fridge here, so.
I don't have a I mean, I have one. It's just not plugged up, so I gotta drink these fast before they get warm.
Yeah, that's the worst.
They're keeping a pretty good temperature right now. I gotta be careful of these things, though.
Yeah, those things are dangerous.
Which I love them though. They're like my favorite thing. But like, I remember when I took a vacation in California a few weeks ago with my girlfriend's family, and I usually stop at 3, right? That's when I start feeling pretty good. I drank 9.
Uh-oh.
Fucked up.
Yeah, you'll have that. I mean, there's some nights where you just like, you know what? Tonight's the night. We're sending it. Like,
I'm just gonna drink 3/4 of this whole pack I bought.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be like, you know what? I'm just gonna have like 3 or 4, and then 10 later, I'm like, oh no, what have I done?
Well, some days I don't know if you're like this. Some days they just don't taste great. You're just like, I'm just here to get to a destination, right?
I agree.
And some days you're like, this is pretty good.
That's pretty tasty there. All right, so let's get into some of Tommy Reynolds' questions here, because he's about the only one that asked any questions.
Yeah. So. Fuck all you guys, by the way.
Yeah,
you knew I was gonna be here.
Hey, look, anybody in the chat, if you have a question, put it in there. I'll ask it. But surprise ARCS Atlanta visit or meetup? Question mark. You gonna do a little surprise?
I want to.
You want to? All right. Well, that's
Wanting actually happening.
It's not.
I don't know. It depends. Do I get off of work and do I have the money to get a ticket? Because at the very least, I'll show up on race day, right? I don't think I can swing. So I think y'all stay there for like 3 days or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can do that.
Well, hell, I mean, even if you can't, if you can't come to the race, most of us. So like, I'm flying out Thursday, staying there. So, hell, come hang out with us on Saturday at the house and grill a burger with us and drink a beer. And hell, you don't have to go to the race. You can go back home Saturday night. And Tommy,
fun fact.
Yeah,
fun
go
fact
for
about
it.
Me. I hate beer. Cannot stand it.
Look,
do not know why.
I don't like beer either, dude. I mean, that's look. I got a White Claw right now. I mean,
I got kind of the same thing.
Yeah, so. People make fun of me every day, and I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Make fun of me.
It tastes like I don't know, expired soda is what it tastes like to me. Like I can't stand it.
Now, if I go to a bar and I'm getting a drink at a bar, I'll get a Bud Light. If I'm out in public, I ain't drinking a White Claw at a fucking bar. Come on.
Yeah, you look dumb.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. I'll drink a Bud Light. I'll drink a Coors Light or Miller Light or whatever they got on, on draft. But when I'm at my house, fuck y'all, I'm drinking a White Claw. Like, it's low calories, low sugar, low carbs. Fuck y'all, I ain't trying to get a damn beer belly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't happening. But anyway, so yeah,
Yes,
we
I
got.
would like to. I want to, even if I can't make the race, I'd like to go up and just fuck around with y'all. But it just depends. Do I have the fundage? Because
Yeah.
I did just move, and I right now don't have a job lockdown. Like I'm like 89% sure I got one, but
Yeah.
just depends. Do I get the day off, and can I get up there?
Yeah, we got a lot of new people coming this year. Tommy Reynolds will be there. Brandon Fetterplace, Brandon Proudfoot, Ross Baxter actually just. So Seth, unfortunately, was not able to make it this year. This will be the first time that he has not made an ARCS corporate retreat. So Seth will not.
I
be
may
there.
make it there, and Seth Wansing will not be.
He will not be
Wansing,
there.
if you don't get your candy ass to Atlanta Motor Speedway, I will find you and give you the most bombastic slap you've ever seen.
Well, he already sold his spot to Ross Baxter, so Ross is now in over Seth. But yeah, we got Proudfoot, Reynolds, Fetterplace, Baxter. I'm sure Reynolds. All of them have never been to an ARCS. We call them ARCS corporate retreats. Like we're gonna, fucking write off taxes or something. But that was another Rick James term that he started. But yeah, this year's gonna be crazy because there's gonna be a lot of new people. You got your OGs like Rick James, me, Dustin Painter. Seth was one of those OGs, but unfortunately he's gonna lose. He's gonna end his streak this year of making it to every single retreat. So I think now it's just me, Rick James. Oh, Tristan Catania will be there. He's been to every retreat so far. So yeah, I think it's going to be a blast. So if you come up there, make sure you bring you a 6-pack because we'll probably already be fucked up by the time you get there.
Like, hey guys, nice to meet you. You know, I'm Blake.
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck you. You wrecked me one time. I've never raced you.
Well, I thought you did. By God, you were in the 27, weren't you?
So close, you're 2 off.
Hey, yeah. Well, all right. So I guess we kind of talked about this a little bit, but how did HTL get started? You kind of talked about that from.
I can't again. It would just be going in a circle.
Yeah, PlayStation type deal. Biggest HTL league regret. That's a pretty good one.
Joining ABN? No. Shit, man. I looked at this question. I was really thinking about it, but I think the main thing that HTL does that I really don't, it's not that I don't like, it just bites us in the ass a lot, is we give too many chances, I think, for people that probably should have been just booted. And this goes back all the way to Heat. I don't know. I guess just giving too many chances. Probably one. Putting Gateway on the schedule is pretty bad one time. We had like 23 cautions.
Yeah, Gateway was rough for us too. Not quite as bad as y'all's, but
I was tied for the most in a race ever for us. That was pretty cool. I'm trying to think. I'm sure I've made some fuck ups. I mean, obviously it's me. None that I really just lose sleep over, I guess. Like, I like this, and I love this, obviously. I fucking pretty much live and breathe all this shit. Which I wish I lived and breathed being better at iRacing than running a league. But none that really I just regret a whole lot, I guess. It's just one of those things where it's like, well, I fucked up here. Or I'm too much of a narcissist to be like, I didn't fuck up, this is fine.
yeah.
I guess the main thing is, one that's been biting me lately, too, is just giving people too many second chances. Too many third chances, fourth chances, fifth. You get it?
Yeah. Yeah, we've done that too, unfortunately.
I feel
It's
like
a
everyone
problem.
does it
Yeah.
because you do have. You're like, they are a person.
Yeah.
That's one thing we kind of lose sight of, is that all these are people. We have like 30 to 40 people a week that take 4 hours out of their days
Yeah.
and pay money
To run the race.
to race.
Yeah.
Like, you forget that all these people have individual lives and problems they have to deal with, and I don't know. It's hard to just be like, all right, fuck you, you're gone. You know, trust me, I want to. Certain people, a lot of them, you're like, you sit back, you have someone, chill you out. Usually, I don't know if you're like this. You have someone on the admin team that's kind of the voice of reason, and everyone knows who that is on the HTL admin team. It's just you want to, and probably in your heart that it's going to be better for the league, but you just can't.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you have to make that call. I mean, we've had a couple people where it's like, we don't want to get rid of you, but like you can't keep doing this, like, and
yeah, it's
especially when you have a bunch of drivers, send you DMs and send you clips, and it's like, okay, like I've had 5 people tell me that this particular person is a pain in the ass and is a problem, and it's like, well, we have a penalty system, we have a rule book just the same as y'all. It's like we can't go outside of that penalty or rule book system just because a bunch of people are complaining. Like we gotta follow the rules, like, and it sucks, but this person didn't really break a rule. Did they bend the rule? Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah,
but
for sure.
We can't just be like, okay, well, everybody says fuck off, so this driver, sorry, get fucked. It's like, well,
yeah, because if you want to be a big successful league that eventually will start making money, you can't do what you did when you had 15 people racing. You can't just be like, all right, fuck this person, we're gone.
Yeah,
like I couldn't have done what I did to Steve Tucker now.
Yeah.
It's even if you really hate them or dislike them, I hate's a strong word, but you don't like running around them, and it's a lot easier when they do something off track.
Yeah.
When they do something off track, that's pretty easy. Just be like, all right, bro.
Yeah, like
you're done.
You can't do that. Yeah.
But when it's on track, and especially if they're like a decent person, you're like,
we had
at least try to get better.
We had one of the easiest decisions we ever made in A Squared. It was last year. We had, and people in ABN know this person. I don't know if you ever ran an HTL. James.
I'm wondering if this is the same person I'm thinking of, because I think it might be.
James Pierce.
Oh, no, we didn't. He ran one HTL race, but then we never saw him again.
Yeah, so James Pierce ran an A Squared for several weeks, and at Sonoma, James Pierce is a very, very, very talented road course driver. At Sonoma, we were coming to the checkered, and this motherfucker
I remember this.
stops coming out of turn, what was it, 11? Turn 11, stops and lets, I don't remember who ended up winning that race. I think it was Noah Belleville, but stops coming out of turn 11 and just gave the win away. And we were like, what are you doing? He was like, oh, I was out of gas. Well, then we go to his onboard, and after he stops, he gets back going and runs the entire racetrack back to pit road. And we're like, bro, you're not out of gas if you ran a full extra lap after the race. So we immediately banned him from ARCS, kicked him out of the A Squared league. And it was like, okay, that one was an easy one. Like, when people do some dumb shit like that, like, come on. Like, you can't do that. That's race manipulation, like, to the extreme. Like,
you gave up the win.
Yeah, like, he gave up the win to someone who, if they did not win, would not have made the playoffs, but they got that win, and it's like, now they're locked in, and it's like, what the hell are you doing? Like,
I thought it was hysterical when, and I'm not like trying to boast about HTL or anything, because I do feel like most of these leagues in this circle kind of have the same talent level. But Carmen, this is before all that, but Carmen talked James Pierce up over and over and over and would not shut up about how good James Pierce is. James Pierce broke your track records by 3 seconds. And I'm like, okay. And he ran like 18th at Watkins Glen. I was like, oh, fuck you. Whenever somebody good comes over from another league, and it sounds bad, like Merrick Watchhorn was one that people really talked up.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, what a fucking douche.
I put him on my team, and after 2 races, he fucking quit.
I think I was a sub for him for a few races that season.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't find anyone.
Yeah.
But if someone gets talked up by other people, I am actively rooting against them every single race.
Mm-hmm.
God, Merrick was such a dick.
God, he was.
And Merrick was somebody who was going to pledge $400 to HTL.
Yeah.
Even though I hated his guts, and I was like, why are you doing this? And it was 2 days later that he did all that dumb shit.
Well, I remember he used to talk, because he would come into ARCS, and because I put him on my team because I had lost, Donald Ray had left last year, so I had an opening, and I was like, you know what? I had just met him. Don't know how I met him, honestly, but
through Carmen,
probably.
that's how I met him.
And I was like, you know what? He seems okay. You know, I hadn't really talked to him a whole lot, so I was like, yeah, he seems fine. So I was like, hey, I got an opening on my team. You want to race? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. So he came in and he ran the first race. He did pretty good, and everything was fine. And then at Watkins Glen, he got wrecked. He quit. And I'm like, that's not how we do things here. Like, you don't quit races on my team. Like,
I'm the same way.
I don't care. Like, if you have 30 minutes of required repairs, you sit on pit road until either the race is over or you have those 30 minutes done and you get back on track, because you might gain 2 spots by doing that.
Exactly. Like, don't quit.
Yeah, and so he quit. So I was like, hey, man, no, you don't quit. Like, you didn't hit the wall that hard. You were fine. You were running 5th when you hit the wall, barely.
It's a road course. You don't.
Yeah, like we were at Watkins Glen. Like, yeah, like, come on, dude. And he was just like, nah, he quit. So then I was like, nah, dude, come on. And then there was some allegations that came out, from him and Carmen kind of told me what was going on, and I was like, yeah, that's not good. So luckily he left ARCS before that announcement went live on ABN's page. So it kind of saved me the headache of having to be like, hey, man, you can't race for anymore. Like, you're like, I don't support what you were doing. Luckily he left ARCS. He kind of backed out. I don't know what he's doing now. I have no idea, but I know
probably running that rinky-dink league he runs.
I was gonna say he won like 15 races in his Xfinity Series league, and I'm like,
stupid.
Bro, who are you racing against? Like me?
he came to get. Then he comes into ARCS and HTL and gets his shit wiped every week because he's actually facing decent people. And he was another one of those, like I said, like he came in, they talk all this shit. I'm like, I hope you never fucking get a top 5. Fuck you.
And God, he talked about how good he was at road courses. So, like, obviously, me being his team owner, I'm like, oh, hell yeah, Watkins Glen coming up. You'll get us some points, hell yeah. And he's back there running like 8th or 9th, which, again, respectable. I can't run 8th or 9th at Watkins Glen. Y'all will see that Sunday night on ABN on YouTube. You will see the 12 car in 9th, but I was like, hey, he's running 8th or 9th, and then he touches the tires a little bit, and he's like, oh, I'm going to alt F4. I'm quitting. And I'm like, bro, no, that's not how we do things here at Presidential Racing. Like, come on now.
Like, at least wreck or something.
Yeah, like, at least make it fun. Like, flip it over. Like, pull a who was that? David Reagan or Michael McDowell that wrecked at Watkins Glen and flipped that year?
It was McDowell. Yeah. Went into the catch fence or something like that.
Yeah, like, make it exciting for the broadcast at least. Like, Jesus.
But, like, going back to what you said earlier about not quitting, I assume it's the same way in ARCS. 90% of the people that have ran at least 90% of the schedule that are below the cut line are mainly because they just quit and didn't get those few extra points. Like in the Arrowhead 500, Like I fucked myself on like lap 9, and I steered at 3 o'clock the whole race, but I still ended up with ninth. Was it because I was good? No, I'm not good in IndyCar. It was just because I didn't leave.
Yeah,
You gain so many positions from just not leaving and toughing it out.
you really do. I was in that race too, but unfortunately when I hit the wall, there was no I went down pit
Game
road.
over.
Yeah, I went down pit road, and they're like, "There's too much damage," and I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean? give me a new car. Give me the backup car. Like, come on, this is Indy 500. Damn it."
Put some duct tape on it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Who gives
Do
a
the redneck
shit?
way.
Yeah,
If it's moving and it ain't supposed to move, duct tape. If it's not moving and it's supposed to move, WD-40.
WD-40. Yep.
Yeah, 2 options here. Deal with it.
Deal with it. But apparently my crew was not smart enough to use the duct tape, and I was sitting there, and I'm like, and I was actually running pretty good. I think I was in like 11th or 12th when I just smacked the shit out of that wall. But yeah,
That was such a rough race.
Whew, yeah, I ended up. I watched a few more laps after I wrecked, and then I was like, "Man, this is getting late. I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow."
That race was like 3 hours. I was like, God,
Yeah.
and I'm sitting here doing this to go on a straightaway. I'm like, fuck me. Let me quit.
I was so mad at Seth. He damn qualified on the fucking pole, and then was running good, and then he just lost it. I think coming out of 2 or maybe going into 4. I don't remember, but he lost it and just destroyed his car. And I'm like, Seth, no, what are you doing, dude? Like,
Seth does that, I've noticed, and I think Seth is one of the most talented people in our sphere. But he puts way too much pressure on himself. He did it in that race. I've noticed he does it in HTL too. Like, he messaged me one time, like, saying, I'm sorry, I know y'all talked me up. And I'm like, if you just run how you run in ARCS, you would be a top 5 driver. You just gotta, and it's easier said than done. It's just like, hey, take a break, take a breath, you're fine.
Yeah, he gets in his own head a lot, unfortunately.
Which I do it. Like, I'm sure you do it too. I do it all the time. Yeah. But if you can, like, Seth would be fucking dominating.
Yeah. He's had a lot of good races where he's also struggling with some PC issues. He's still trying to figure out what the hell's going on. He'll have a race where he's fine, and then the next race he runs, he'll just randomly lag out, and he's like, I don't know what to do. And we try and like walk him through it, and we're looking at his graphics and everything, and everything's set up right. We're like, dude, I don't know. You're like, this shouldn't be happening. Like, I don't know. We're confused as you are.
I feel bad for him, but it was a little funny at Michigan on Monday. He came back from like 3 laps down because he disconnected already, and he came back from 3 laps down, and as soon as he got the lucky dog, his shit disconnected again to get on the lead lap. I was like, fuck.
Yeah. This is bad luck. And I do really feel like it's a graphics setting of some sort, because it seems like the races where there's more drivers, like with HTL on Monday or A squared on Sunday, where, we're averaging 30, 35 people a race. That seems to be where his computer really struggles, where like if he runs a race where there's like 15, 16 people, it seems like it's fine. Like, so I told him, I was like, man, it's got to be something in like your graphics. Like it's got to be something where your computer's trying to load too many cars, and it just freaks the fuck out, and it just boots you. Like, I don't know how to tell you how to fix it, but like, it's got to be something there.
That are those tracks that like have a lot going on, like Daytona, Indianapolis, Bristol, those kind of tracks. There's so much for the computer to load.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's that kind of thing, but Michigan shouldn't be too bad. So I don't.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, but I don't know. That's what I told him. I was like, damn, dude, like, turn the grandstands off. Like, you don't need grandstands. You're not looking at the fucking fans as you go by. Turn the grandstands off. Turn the clouds off. You don't need to see any of that stuff. You need to see the cars in front of you, the cars behind you. Fuck the grandstands. Fuck the clouds. Fuck the, track details. Like you don't need all that shit. Turn that shit off and see if it helps you. See if it, makes you where you don't get disconnected anymore. And, I think he's been messing with it. I think he just said that his graphics card had an update, and ever since then it's been doing a little bit better. So hopefully he maybe got it fixed. But yeah, I mean, I know how frustrating that is. Look, when I moved into my dad's back, a couple years ago, I mean, the internet we had was fucking god awful. I mean, I will never forget the last season of A Squared when we were still on Xbox. I was blinking all over. You didn't really blink in NASCAR Heat 5. You would
You went.
Yeah, he would rubber band into other people, and they'd be like, "What the fuck, dude? You just hit me." And I'm like, "I didn't hit you. I'm like a corner behind you." "Nah, man, you just hit me." And I'm like, "Sorry."
You're talking to the guy that was known as Blink Henderson.
Yeah.
Because when I went to Middle Georgia State, they had fucking awful internet, and you could not hook up an Ethernet cord to the router. It was that semester I went to, they redid their Wi-Fi to make it better, and you could no longer hook up an Ethernet cable. I'm like, better my ass. Like, what the hell did y'all have before that this is an upgrade to?
Yeah, like, what? How is this better? Like, what the fuck?
Well, it's Cochran, Georgia also. I don't know if you know where Cochran is.
Yeah, that's
middle of damn nowhere.
Yeah, there's not
That's
a whole lot going on.
I called it the Middle of Nowhere State University because you had 2 places to eat in that whole county. And worst of all, it was a dry county. So you could not buy alcohol. And that's part of the state where the counties get a little bigger. So you had to drive like half an hour to get anything.
That's the worst, for sure.
Especially in college.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about what you use to drive. What kind of setup you got? What wheel? What pedals? You got a shifter? What you working with over there?
I'm on a controller.
Bullshit. Like fucking Noah Belleville Jr. over here.
Got that motherfucker. I just got my trusty old G29.
Hell yeah.
I just can't afford a new wheel. That's why I got this bad boy. I did splurge. Actually, I just asked for Christmas a few years ago because my pedals shit the bed. So I do have V3s. Those are real nice, but I don't. That's all I got. I wear shitty biker gloves that are my racing gloves. And the only reason I got them is because they look like Dale Jr.'s when he drove. So
I got Ryan Blaney gloves.
Hell yeah. I had some. I actually won in a giveaway.
Actually,
it's the only giveaway I ever won.
Funny story about these gloves. I don't know if you know who Alex Simkowski is. We call him Stitch.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I've heard of him.
So he actually sent me these gloves from Menards. Don't know why, but he did. He was like, "Hey, I got you some racing gloves." And I'm like, "Thanks, buddy." Like, "What are they?" He's like, "Oh, they're Ryan Blaney." And I have worn these motherfuckers ever since he got them for me. Like, so shout out to Alex Simkowski for getting me my racing gloves.
Yeah, that was the only reason I had racing gloves, because I just won them in a giveaway. And it was funny, it was from a channel that had like 4 viewers. So I'm like, shit, I got a 25% chance to win this shit.
Like, hell yeah.
And
sign me up.
It's from like Martin Sports or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were just like football gloves. But ever since I got those, I could not race without gloves on. Because I realized how bad it was before. And then when my brother's dipshit dog got to them and tore them to pieces, I went and got these. That was like 3 or 4 months ago. I wanted to kill that motherfucking beagle.
Yeah, see, I have the obviously I have the Fanatec DD2, but I have the NASCAR wheel. And
how bougie you are.
Yeah, well, it didn't make me any fucking faster, did it? So this steering wheel, the outside of it is suede. So if you don't use gloves, it will, and even when you do use gloves, like, you can't really see it, but like where I put my hands, like, you can kind of see that glare. So like over time, especially if you don't use gloves, the oil in your hands will actually get on the suede and it'll start breaking down the suede. So like I have to wash my wheel like every 6 months and get the oil off of it. But Yeah, when I swapped over to the DD2 and the NASCAR wheel, I was like, yeah, I need some gloves. And that's when Stitch was like, I got some gloves for you. And I'm like, yes, please send them my way. Like,
I give anything for a DD wheel, man. They're just so expensive, man.
They are. I think I paid $2,000 for my wheel with the base that you can kind of see in the camera, and then of course the wheel. I don't have Fanatec pedals. I have these are like load cell. I can't even remember the company they are, but they're decent pedals. They were like $300. You know,
If you spend $300 on pedals, that's about the same as you get with V3s.
Yeah, I mean I could have spent a little bit more and got Fanatec, or I think Semicube has like Jacket had some pedals that he brought his whole setup to Talladega with us, or with him, and we were able to use it. And his pedals, I think he spent like, and Jacket, if you're in the chat, I'm sorry if I misinterpret this price here, but I think he spent like $1,200 on these pedals. But they had the, like when you would hit the brake and you would let off, like it not only did it have load cell, it had like hydraulics. So like when you hit the brake and you let off, it would kick back. And it was like this, like it was the most realistic brake pedal I've ever felt in my life, other than being in like my Mustang. Like I mashed that brake pedal on that pedals that he had, and I'm like, holy fuck, this feels like a real damn car. Like, wild.
I like how you had to drop in there that you drive a Mustang.
Yeah, I do. I've never killed any pedestrians. I've never hit any pedestrians.
Yet.
There's still time. There really is. I say, yeah, you say yet, but my car is still sitting in Georgia, so
yeah. Well, Cody can kill somebody in it.
Yeah, well, he's got to charge the battery first because it's probably been dead for the past 6 months.
I can't say much. Like a true Georgia boy, I drive a Dodge Charger.
Hey, we either drive a Charger or a Mustang. There's really no in between. I mean,
or a dipshit squatted truck.
Those are now illegal in Michigan. I just read an article about it.
I wish they'd make them illegal in Georgia. They're so stupid.
I'm sure it's coming. Probably
in the next 6 months would be my guess.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at the chat here.
I know Selena asked something. What was it? Go-to burger toppings?
Oh, ketchup and pickles.
Ketchup and mayonnaise.
Yeah, I
it.
can do mayonnaise. I could do mayonnaise.
I don't like greens on my burgers.
Lettuce can go fuck itself.
Anything cold on a burger just doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah.
I will say something that I can do without it, obviously, but I prefer. It's weird because I know a lot of people, when they cook a burger, for the last like 30 seconds or so, they melt a piece of cheese on top of it. I like my cheese cold on it. I do not know why, because it will melt eventually.
Yeah,
but it's so good. But yeah, I'm pretty white. Just ketchup and mayonnaise.
Yeah, Reynolds.
Piece of bacon.
Reynolds is asking mayo ? Yeah,
Isn't mayonnaise like a normal thing to put on a burger?
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
I do gotta ask you this, because this is something. At my last job, I worked at like this family-owned feed store. I mean, it was true Southern people who had their families here for generations, right? And I've learned that Southern people, especially Georgians, are super defensive on what type of mayonnaise they use. Mm-hmm. Are you one of these people?
I am, to an extent. So my family obviously grew up. My dad, we would only get. It wasn't fucking Hellman's. It was the other one.
Dukes.
Yeah,
or was it Blue Plate?
No, we only used Dukes. That was all we used.
So you're a Duke family.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what I grew up with. Now, like, I don't I don't really give a shit. I mean, mayonnaise is mayonnaise to me now, but when I was a kid,
It's
it
an
was like,
instrument.
yeah, it's an instrument. But yeah, when I was a kid, my dad, no, Dukes. That's all we got. That's it.
I'm gonna hit you with some sacrilegious shit. And I learned this is from my dad, which is funny because he's from Blairsville, Georgia. I don't know if you know where that is. That's a mountain town.
Yep.
He was a die-hard Kraft mayonnaise guy,
Yeah.
which is just, I like it. It's got no flavor. It's just bland.
Yeah.
But my girlfriend turned me into a Hellman's person. And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Ugh."
Well, I mean, Dale Jr. is sponsored by him, so I mean, it can't be that bad.
That's her saving grace. I still don't like Blue Plate though, and I know that's what a lot of people swear by. It just tastes like eggs.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes like you're eating a deviled egg, which is
mean,
fine. I like deviled eggs, but not when I'm eating a burger or a sandwich.
yeah, for sure.
Because yes, I do put mayonnaise on my sandwiches.
Yeah, so get fucked, Reynolds. He puts mayonnaise on. Salinas hates Blue Plate.
I don't. It just tastes like eggs. It's weird.
I don't know why you said fuck you. She said she hated it too, so I don't know.
No, I was saying fuck you to Reynolds.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, we all say fuck you to Reynolds. That's just a natural.
Well, Reynolds called me talentless at Michigan, so I already got beef with him.
Look, Reynolds.
Over the radio comms, I hit the wall on the last lap, and then I got turned down the track, and he's like, "You fucking talentless Blake." And then he messaged me after the race with his tail in between his legs, going, "I'm sorry, you weren't wrong." Yeah, fuck you.
Reynolds knows how I feel about him. He's a good kid, but look,
He was mad in the moment. Yeah, I'm aware.
look, Reynolds, you'll get to meet me in person coming up here pretty soon, and you'll realize that I'm not as big of an asshole as I seem like I am in ARCS. I gotta be an asshole in ARCS just because, there's that, I don't know, there's that.
I have no shame in admitting I'm a different person in real life.
Oh yeah,
I know people think I'm a hard ass narcissistic piece of shit in HTL, which is fine. I get it, but excuse me, in real life, I'm just kind of like I am here. I don't.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm pretty laid back. At least I like to think so.
I have definitely had my moments where I have been an asshole, but it's moments where it had to happen. Like, I'm very rarely an asshole just out of the blue. Like I'm an asshole when the drivers are absolutely fucking dumb. They're doing stupid shit, and I'm like, you know what? Y'all are fucking dumb. Like y'all don't know how to drive. Y'all don't know what you're doing. And some people are like, oh, I don't like this. You're being mean. I'm like, well, fucking drive better then. I won't have to be mean. Like, yeah, like
when you spend, especially as a league owner, when you spend all this fucking money, and when you put your heart and soul, and because it's not easy doing this. No. I'm not trying to make it seem like gods or anything, but it's not. There's a very obvious time dedication that you have to put into running a league, and there's a lot of sacrifices that you have to make in your actual life to do this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's incredibly frustrating when you just get junked again and again and again, and you're trying your best to be as fair as you fucking can be, and then people come at you saying you're fucking biased and all this stuff. I'm like, if you just looked at what's going on behind the scenes, you'd realize if I'm involved in the incident, I can't even decide on it,
Can't say anything. Yep.
Or if you or I know with us, if it's a teammate, or sometimes if even like Al, I know you got beef with this dude right here. You can't say anything on this one because you admit to yourself that you're biased about it, so we can't. Yeah. It's going to be the rest of us dealing with it.
Yeah, that's why we have 5 different admins in ARCS that when we go through penalties after our race on Sunday night, we have 5 different people, and if we have an incident where my driver's involved, I'm out. I can't make a vote. Same with Seth, same with Kerr, same with Tom Sears. Luckily Matthew Kent's the one that has no ties to anyone. He's just the race control. So he kind of gets that vote free, of bias. But yeah, I mean, if Elric George, boss makes some dumbass move, or if Lilac makes a dumbass move, when we're voting on it, I'm like, I'm out. I can't vote. That's my driver. Like, so then the other team, the other admins get to, make the decision, and my vote doesn't count. And I like how y'all do it, honestly, and I'm not going to lie, I might steal that for next year. I love
Go ahead.
I love the random appeal thing. I think that's really cool.
By the way, vote more on it. Whenever you're pulled into an appeal board, I don't think you voted one damn time.
I probably didn't. I don't know. I think I have y'all's whole server muted, so I don't. Yeah,
I don't blame you. We paying people a lot. I got your server muted.
Hey, look, the only server I don't have muted is ARCS, so don't feel special. I mute everyone, but I like it, man. I do. I think it's cool. Like you got a bot that kind of pulls random people into an appeal. I mean, I kind of like that, man. I don't. We have
Alfred's idea. I'm not gonna take claim for that. He comes up with all the good ideas in HTL.
Yeah, I mean that's a great idea because even if we have 5 different admins, which we do, we have 5 admins in A squared. After 20 something races, people are like, well, what? And we do have an appeal process, kind of similar to what y'all have. But it's different because the appeal process goes into like a direct message in Discord, and then all the admins get to kind of vote again on it, which I have changed my mind. I'm not gonna lie. In the heat of the moment, you're in the race, somebody does something stupid, and you're going, "Fuck that! You're a fucking idiot." And then you go to bed, you go to work. Maybe on your lunch break, you look at Discord like I usually do, and you look at what, Kent does a damn good job of providing a video so you can go in there and rewatch it. And when I rewatch it, I'm like, you know what? It wasn't that bad. And yeah. I have overturned my ruling sometimes, but still, drivers are kind of like, well, you have the same 5 people every single week looking at stuff. And let's say a driver drives all the admins like ass. We might be
You're going to be biased.
Yeah, we might be a little biased. I mean, John Hagen's a perfect example. I love John Hagen outside of racing. I think he's a great kid. But when he's on the racetrack, that son bitch is a dick. I mean,
I think John Hagen's an alright dude, but god damn, I hate racing against Hagen.
Yeah, he races like a moron. I mean, no offense, but Tommy Reynolds is the same way. I mean, he's in the chat, but I mean, Tommy Reynolds can be a little. I mean, he subbed for Awesome Mongold and got Mongold 10 points worth of penalties in one race. So, I mean,
it's. And if you want to know exactly how we do it, it's not as glamorous as you think it is. It's a very simple process. If you want to get with Al on it, he has a ticket bot where if you are penalized, he can just press a button and it creates a private channel with the person who's penalized and the admins. Mm-hmm. The person who is penalized gets one argument. Doesn't have to be one message, but just one continuous argument, right? You can put as many evidence, whatever you want to say, right? And then the admins will also do one against them after. Mm-hmm. And then that's it. Admins can't talk unless it's like a simple question, like what lap was this or whatever. And neither can a person who talked. And the redneck ass way we do this, the random spin thing you can do?
Oh, yeah. Rick James does it all the time.
Yeah. We copy the names of who was in that race. And then just whoever spits out the first 7, unless they were 8 of whatever, they just go in it. It doesn't matter because we did do last season. We had a board of reviewers, which was relatively fair. I think it was one person from each team. That's all it was. It was like one person from each team that had at least 3 drivers on it, and then the rest, like independents of 2 or less teams, got like 1. And we noticed that people who were on the appeal board started looking out for each other, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say if I'm not going to, this isn't a real example, just Eli Sassig was on the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he put in an appeal, even though he wouldn't be able to vote on it, obviously, the review board would tend to take his
Side.
arguments a little bit more
Yeah.
seriously than they would if, like,
If he
John
wasn't.
Hagan.
Yeah.
So we did notice that. So Alfred was like, fucking jury duty. Random people. Who cares? And I was like, nah, it's all right.
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, because like I said, even you look at our admin board for A Squared. We got Matthew Kent, which obviously he does race control for us. Which, look, he does a great job. He doesn't get paid for that. I mean, anybody that does race control for free, I don't care if you make the wrong calls. You're fucking a G for doing that. Like,
Yeah,
you
that's one thing people don't understand in HTL. Like 99% of the people are not going to do race control for free, and then you got to be really stringent on, okay, if you're paying, fuck, they got to be doing a good job. Like we had a couple that we had before, that we paid $10-15 a race to. They were doing a shitty job, so we just said,
Yeah.
fuck you.
Yeah, like
Like,
we're wasting
you're
our
not.
money. Like, yeah, you're not making the
Like we,
calls. You're not doing what we need you to do. Like, get the fuck out of here.
and it's hard to afford. Like
Yeah.
I'll be upfront with everybody watching this right now. Yes, we do have the $50 charter entry. I know that's pretty steep, but that's not going as far as y'all think it's going. Because
No,
that
it's not.
$50 race, that's covering the broadcast. That's it. Because our broadcast fee is above what a charter fee is a race.
Yep.
And then I'm having a look at our thing. A decent race control is going to be about $20 a race, and that's going to be more than what the charter fee is, and people are going to want payouts.
Yep.
And y'all are blessed. I'm gonna be honest, blessed without those sponsorships. We have 3 races sponsored all season.
Yeah.
That's all we got, and that's what we charge pretty set. We get $180. That's it.
Yep.
It's not. I know we have the steep entry fee, but it's not. We can't just go spending that money willy nilly, you know.
Yeah.
Like
No,
we just
even with
we have
us,
like
I mean,
$800 for a prize pool, which
it,
seems small in comparison to what's being put into the league. But like, fuck, if you want a decent broadcast, which ABN puts on a phenomenal broadcast, you're gonna have to pay for it. And let's be fucking real here, we are getting a deal with ABN.
oh yeah, we are
For
too.
what I'm paying and for what you're paying, we should be paying much more.
Yeah, I'll never
Carmen,
forget.
please don't. Carmen, please don't pay us more. Or make us pay more.
Yeah.
I can't afford it.
Yeah.
But
No, I'll never forget when Feemster, when he did his high octane series, end of 2023, I believe. He was trying to get it broadcasted, and he was kind of in between using ABN, and he was like, "Well, I'm gonna see if I can just see what else is out there, because ABN's busy, because at that time high octane ran on Wednesday nights." And I think they still were doing Champ Car on Wednesday nights before they moved it to Thursday. And he was like,
back to Wednesday.
yeah, yeah. And he was like, yeah, well, I found 2 other people that, would do it, but here's the price. And it's like, holy shit. Like, that is like double like what ABN said they would do it for. And it's like what the fuck? Like, what? I mean, are they using, like, do they have Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the booth? Like, what? Why are they charging this much? Like, it's wild to me that people charge that much. I just don't get it.
Like, I remember about that time when we were looking at ABN. That was season 3 for us. Season 1, we had, and I'm not going to shit talk these people, but there's obviously a difference in quality,
Yeah.
And you're getting what you pay for. We paid the first dudes like $10-15 a race, and we were their first league they'd ever done, and it was the Southern Broadcast Racing Network. And I'll give them credit; they've gone up a lot since then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to give us a little bit of credit because we did help them, but they helped us.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to Kurt after that, and he was all right. he was just a lot better when he had somebody else in the booth. But once again, you get what you pay for.
Yeah.
And we started like season 3. We're like, all right, we're getting like 30 car fields now. We need. I personally was putting in a lot of work for graphics. Like I want a broadcaster who is going to take it as seriously as we all are. And I was starting to look at higher up people, and I was looking like, ABN. That was, if you remember, when ABN had that clip go viral across the iRacing sphere of that crazy ass finish at Atlanta, that like the whole field wrecked and then whatever. But it was like Kevin and Carmen, and they went wild. And we're looking at them and other people, and that's what drew me to them. I just shot them an email, and ABN was like, fuck it, we don't have anything on Monday night. I was like, hell yeah, brother. America.
America.
But then we had like I remember I looked at like Podium and other people who had like 1,000 followers, and I was like, fucking shit, y'all want $100 a race. We run 23 race seasons. How the hell am I going to afford that?
Yeah, you can't.
And and Carmen came in and she took it super duper serious. That's what I appreciated about it. She took it just as serious as I was taking. I saw that she put as much effort, if not more, than our admin team was, and that's something I appreciated. And I feel like since then we could finally have somewhere we could call home, because it's hard to grow your brand when you're jumping from broadcaster to broadcaster to broadcaster to broadcaster. But once you start staying on the same place, and that, because then when you have that loyalty, you have a sense of taking care of each other, like they want to help you grow and help your product become better in order that you can help them become bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, since I think you got to ABN before us, but I mean, since we got to ABN, you got to ABN, they've grown so much.
Yeah. I mean, they have
like,
two
I think they've
channels
grown like
now.
4 or 3 if you want to count the YouTube, which is now, you got A Squared on there, which is doing great. They have Jam Car Light apparently did great. I mean, shit, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if she told you this. A Squared is the highest average per race viewership.
Yeah, I saw the
ABN's got going on right now, and I was a little butthurt about it. I'm gonna lie, that was HTL's title.
Yeah,
and we kind of fucked ourselves. I ain't gonna lie, but
yeah, I mean,
I was like,
we kind of, in A Square. I mean, look, everybody that's listening that's in ARCS, we've talked about it. I mean, we were all a little bummed that we got kind of downgraded to ABN2 on Sunday nights. I'll be completely honest. I mean, we were.
I can see that.
Yeah, we were bummed about it, but I mean, hell, Winstel was paying more money, so I get it. It's a business. I mean, at the end of the day, Carmen is running a business, and I get it. I mean, ARCS, ARCS doesn't make any money, but it's still a business. At the end of the day, yeah. I mean, we
pay so much money out of pocket for each deal.
We're not even close to breaking even, but I get it. Like, Carmen has got a broadcast company that is making. And again, I don't know the numbers. I'm sure they're probably breaking even too once they pay out, broadcasters and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean,
she's not making money.
Yeah.
I think she's losing money too. I think last year she finally kind of broke even, but
yeah, and hopefully with this year with the 24-hour race that we broadcasted that I was a part of, and
which by the way, hell of a job.
Yeah, that was fun. I actually was not supposed to get back on, but Carmen was by herself, and it was like 12 a.m. and I had way too many fucking White Claws, but I was like, you know what? Hell, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun, like let's.
If you ever watch, I don't know how much you watch endurance racing, but if you ever watch, especially like Le Mans or the Daytona 24, once it gets to like 1 or 2 in the morning, those real life broadcasts gets fucking hysterical. Yeah. I think in Le Mans this year they were talking about the best way to make a grilled cheese in the middle of the race.
Well, funny story, we were calling that what is that damn league? I'm blanking on
PEC.
Yeah. Yep, that one. So they were doing that 24 hours at, what was it, Le Mans, I think. Yeah. So at one point, me and Eli were talking about the KFC outside of Turn 7 there, And I was telling him, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go down there to that KFC and get me some fried chicken. And you know, I mean, hell, it's fucking. Even at that point, it was like 9 p.m. And our stint ended at like 10. And then one of the guys, um, I'm not sure if it was a guy or a girl, but Taylor Mills, I think, was supposed to broadcast at one point.
I remember looking at this. I think Taylor Mills
Yeah, and
had their internet died or
their
something like that.
internet died because I think they were overseas, maybe.
I want to say you can find it in I
Yeah, I
think
think they were
like
like
her something like they had. I
it
forget
was
what it
some kind of
was.
outage or something. I don't remember, but
And
they
it wasn't for
weren't.
like 3 days that she got it done.
Yeah, they weren't available. So Carmen was by herself in the booth at like from like 12 a.m. to like 4 a.m. And I'm like, you know what? It's a fucking. I think it was was it Friday night or Saturday night? I don't remember. I think it was Friday night going into Saturday, and I was like, you know what? I don't have to work tomorrow. I don't have anything going on. My girlfriend's asleep. Let me just come in here and just and me and Carmen did that broadcast. It was so much fun. Like we were just talking about dumb shit. Like it was the best. Like it was so much fun.
I wanted to do it. I've only been able to run like 2 endurance races, but I can tell you when it gets to like 3 in the morning, even if when you're in a team chat, you just start talking about the dumbest shit, and the person that's in the
Oh
car is
yeah.
like, "Will you shut the fuck
Yeah.
up?"
Well, I used to when my internet was so shit, I had to run like middle of the night stints because that was when my internet did the best. So I would run from like 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. and yeah, it was awful. But
It's a
I
rough stint to run. My first ever, because I was running on a British team, so I was the only American.
oh
So
yeah.
they were obviously taking advantage of my time zone difference, and I had to run like 10 to 12, and then I was gonna run like 3 to 5. And I was like,
Oof.
fuck
Yeah.
me, dude. This is so bad. Because you start losing focus because
Oh yeah.
you're tired.
Yeah, you are. You're so tired. All right, I gotta get another beer and I gotta piss. I'm gonna ask you a question and you're gonna answer it while I'm gone and I'm gonna hurry back. So I want your best favorite HTL race and your least favorite HTL race.
For me personally, or as an here's the difference I need to know. As an admin or as a driver? As a driver? Okay. Oh, man. I'm going to have to cheat here and look at Sim Racer Hub to remember. Um, Let me go to my stats here and cheat and see what my finishes were because I can't remember what the hell I've done. Let me see here. I know this isn't the most exciting. HTL Cup Series. I can list a couple of my favorites, but I'm going to try to get to my least favorites first. Okay. Yeah, okay. I remember now. I remember now. I remember now. Okay, Selena, I see that moving me for 10th at Myrtle. That was not very cash money of you. It was a dog shit race. I don't know why you wanted that position so hard. All right. My least favorite race is I had to remember it, but it was super obvious. It was the season 2 BFL 500 at Charlotte, which is, if you know anything about me, I've had a very tumultuous relationship with Charlotte Motor Speedway because it is one of the most, if not the most important race in HTL. And I am like the only person who carries the title sponsor in their car. I'm really good at Charlotte, but I never have a lot of luck there. And it culminated, is that a word? I don't know. Came to a head in the season 2 race where I led the most laps I've ever led in a race ever. Even in the races I've won, and Ryan I think commentated either one or two of them, I was not the best car in the field by a long shot. I just had to happen to have the right strategy and got good at the end. But I led like almost 50% of this race, which is the longest race of the season. And even in any league I've ever ran, it's the most laps I've led. And I was dominating the second half of the race, and there was a restart with like 5 to go. and some dude named Matthew Stevens, who apparently made an appearance in ABN, took 2 tires or no tires and got the lead on the restart with 5 to go. And going out of 2, he lost talent and washed up into me and turned me into the inside wall and junked my car. And I don't think I've ever been that mad at iRacing. I was pretty destroyed after that because I was having a really good season. My favorite race, there's a few. Ironically, it's not the Talladega one I had because I feel like I lucked into that. My first ever iRacing win was a money race at Talladega in the trucks. And Marcus Chafin pushed me to the win, and I led like 1 lap the whole race.
Hell yeah.
And I won $450. Not one race. That was a good one. That actually paid for me to go to the Daytona 500 because we didn't have any. We got the tickets in the hotel and then had no money. That and the first win I had at Indianapolis that Ryan called, that was pretty cool. I looked into it. Alistair Kirk was the fastest all day. I mean, he was waxing the field, and then he, I think it's still like this. He didn't pit the first time around because he didn't have enough fuel, so he pit the second time around, and he got like a 40-second hold because of it. And I just had enough fuel to make it, and I passed like 4 cars in the last run, and I think I sputtered on my cooldown lap, and I had enough to do like 1/2 burnout, and that was it. It's always cool getting your first win.
Yeah, the first win's always a good one. I've been lucky enough. I got 22 wins in ARCS. Most of those are on Xbox, but I do have a handful of wins on iRacing. It's mostly super speedways.
I wish we counted our heat stats. I'd be so much better. I think I'd be the all-time win leader if we counted the heat stats because I actually won a championship on heat. And what I think is, it sucks. I won the first race in HTL. I won the inaugural Daytona 500 on heat. And I didn't appreciate it at the time because I didn't know what it would turn into.
Yeah.
And since then, I have never been able to win it. I've gotten so close. This year sucked. I don't know if you were in the race for HTL, right? And I got turned from the fucking lead by my teammate.
Yeah.
Out of 4 under caution.
That. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh.
I think I had a decent finish in that race. I think I ended up finishing like top 10. Maybe not. I don't remember.
I know you did really well in the duel, right? Were you in the duel that we won?
I don't remember if I made the duel or not.
I know you made the duel because everyone got confused between you and Dustin.
Yeah,
because y'all's paint scheme was the exact same.
Yeah. I think I did. I don't know.
You finished 26th
in the race.
But you led. You got DQ'd, same as me.
Oh, I was coming to the line.
I was too.
I was coming to the line. I remember that. I was coming to the line and got DQ'd. I remember that now. Yep.
I was the same way. You finished 1 position below me because they both got DQ'd like 100 feet from the start-finish line.
Yeah, it was. It was like I literally crossed the start-finish line and then my car disappeared. And I'm like, what the fuck? I think I would have got a top 10 if I didn't get DQ'd.
What's crazy, though, me and you, we led 35 laps.
That's wild.
We were good that race.
We were there.
It feels like it happens all the time because I know.
I kind of hope it. I kind of hope it rains on Monday and the baseball game gets canceled and I can race with y'all on Monday at Talladega.
Me too. I know. I forget because I've ran 2 plate tracks in ARCS and I did pretty good in both. I think. I know. I don't remember what happened in the Daytona night race. I don't think I was focused on winning though. I think I was trying to get Feemster into the playoffs.
Yeah. Probably.
But I know the Dega race I ran, I think it was last season. All y'all wrecked out. Yeah. And I was the only one left, and I was leading like the last 15 laps of the race, which I hate leading on the last lap. And behind me was like 5 B-Tron cars lined up. It was like a 6-car pack.
Yeah.
And they were all the same team, and I think they were B-Tron, and I got fucking slapped.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close.
I hate when that happens. That sucks.
I'm like, damn. I love my teammates, but I don't know if I'd just let them win like that.
Yeah, like, come on, get it together.
Those fucking ARCS boys. No.
Hey, we're out here to try and win, baby. I mean, fuck it. All right, let's talk about college football. I know that this is not a college football podcast, but it is now.
Real life or the game?
Huh?
Real life or the game?
Well, I mean, maybe both, but we'll talk game first. We got a dynasty. You joined us on the Xbox side of things. So I want to talk really quick, and I hope John Smill's listening because I want answers here. All right, John Smill, week 1, beats Wisconsin. All right, he's Western Michigan for those of y'all listening. All right, beats Wisconsin week 1. All right, week 2, loses to number 1 Ohio State by 1 point. All right, week 3, he has to play me, myself, and I here, playing as Kennesaw State. I'm thinking I'm about to get waxed. I'm about to get beat by 60 here. Tell me how I beat John Smeal 48-28 as Kennesaw State, and he just almost upset the number 1 team in the nation. I still, Smeal, I don't know how you're cheating, but send me your fucking cheat codes because I need them. Because my first 2 weeks against the computer, 0-2, baby. But I play you, and hey, I beat you by 20. So, I mean, I got to figure out what he's doing because I need to do it against my computer teams. But,
dude, I just got waxed by Vanderbilt.
Well, I mean, it's still an SEC school. I mean, I know they're not the best, but you joined as Georgia State? Yeah, because Trey Kirk got Georgia Southern. And
there's a bet. The only positive I have as playing as Georgia State is they get to play in Turner Field.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally it, in front of like 7 fans.
Oh yeah, maximum capacity for Kennesaw State is like 9,000 people. Like it's not.
They got a decent, even though they block off the upper deck. Yeah. It's still like a 26,000 capacity.
Yeah,
and God, they're so bad. And I can't even switch people out because they're all the same level of badness.
Yeah, they're all awful.
They're all shitty.
Yeah. I was gonna
shittiness.
I was gonna sub my quarterback out, and he was like a 68 overall. My backup's like a 63 overall, and I'm like, nah, okay, you can stay in. Like,
it sucks I joined so late because I feel like I'm so behind on recruiting.
Well,
and I've just been trying to find a couple of people that have been missed, which I have a couple, and I'm 0-3 because Georgia State lost the first 2 games. And then I tried so hard to keep up with Vandy, and I had it like 3-0 at halftime, and then second half they just put me down and then slapped the shit out of me.
That's where I lose it. Like the first half, I can usually keep it close against computers, but that second half, when their depth starts to flex a little bit, that's the second half's where I always lose it to the computers. Like I just can't stay in it in the second half because all my players are like, Coach, we need a break. I'm like, no, you don't need a break. Get the fuck back in the game. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on.
And then what really sucked is that I figured it out. I figured out how to beat them when it was too late. Like I was throwing the ball all over the place in the fourth quarter, but I was down like 28 points.
Mm-hmm. See, I run the ball. I run it. I run the ball. I run the damn ball. Like Sandra Bullock said, run the damn ball. I run the damn ball. I'm listening to Sandra Bullock. I'm running the damn ball. That's what I did against Smeal, and he threw like 6 picks, and like 2 of them were pick sixes, and I'm like, bro, there's no way you only lost to Ohio State by 1 point. No fucking way.
And it sucks because I'm stuck in not really running the ball. I can, but it kind of stinks that my second and third string are better than my first string.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed that with every team you play as, it's even in Madden. For some reason, when you call plays with your second or third string in, they run so much better than your first string.
Yeah.
So I can't really sub them out because I'm in the same problem. But my best player, because each team I think gets one star player on each side of the ball, is the quarterback. So I kind of have to start throwing the ball. And I think I threw 3 picks in the first half. And I was like, fuck me, dude. He'll throw to a wide open receiver and then throw it like 8 yards to the left, right to the Vandy guy. I'm like, no, dude, we wear blue, not black.
Yeah, like that's the wrong team. Wrong team, buddy.
He's throwing absolute dots to the cornerback on the opposite team.
Yeah, like you threw it right to him. What are you doing? Like, come on now.
I don't know what I'm going to do to make this team good. Because they already gave a ton of scholarships, and they already signed to a bunch of 1-stars. I'm like, what are we doing here, guys?
That's not going to make us better.
I think I have 2 4-stars, which I don't know how I'm leading.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the trick. I don't think I should be doing this, and I'm not the greatest at recruiting. You just have to you got to sit there and wait. And whatever your pipeline is, especially, you can look all over the country. But who are the good athletes that you're not locked out of and no one is looking at? Like, you got to look at, like, their best people are, like, halfway there.
Mm-hmm.
If they're, like, halfway there, you got a decent shot, but you got to sit in the house. So you can't really get anyone else. And that's what I'm trying to do. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we're going to hope for the best.
Yeah, look, I'm trying every chance I have to upgrade my coach, it's going all to recruiting. Fuck.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, fuck the practice. Fuck the getting them better over the off season. Nope. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm putting it all towards recruiting. We're gonna get some more hours. We're gonna get some more recruiting points. We got to recruit over here in Kennesaw State, but I think from what I've heard, I think a lot of people after year one are leaving their teams and going to other opportunities. So
that's dumb.
Well, look,
like
I don't agree with it.
Opportunities, I would be starting at this team right here. Mm-hmm. But no, I chose the shit ass team in Atlanta that's somehow worse than the other team in Atlanta.
Well, they're taking opportunities that luckily the game, you can only take the opportunities where the other teams offer you a position. So I highly doubt that Georgia Bulldogs are going to have any job openings for us bums down in the fucking CUSA, Sunbelt, and
Sunbelt.
You fucking Mac. They're not looking for us as a fucking offensive coordinator for Georgia, but I know Feemster said, like, after this year, even Withers was like, yeah, after this year, I'm out. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stay at Kennesaw State for 5 years. I'm going to see what I can do over here at Kennesaw State. Like,
I won't lie, though. If Georgia ever offers me, it's going to be hard to turn them down.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm weird about college football. Usually other sport, actually not really. Some other sports, particularly like baseball, which is weird because I'm such a diehard Braves fan. I kind of like other teams, right? Like I really like the Sox or whatever. But dude, when it comes to college football, I don't fucking like any of them. Because even when I have liked some of them, like I kind of like Michigan State there for a minute because of Mel Tucker, but then Mel Tucker was like a pedophile.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, maybe I shouldn't like Michigan State.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't.
But like
that's like with me. Like, I mean, obviously, me. I'm 32. I've been in Georgia for 30 years of my life, pretty much 31 years, and now I'm in Michigan. So it's like, obviously, I'm a huge Braves fan, but like Monday night, I'm going to the Tigers game, which unfortunately I'm gonna miss Talladega, but. Hell, I get to go to a suite. I get free food, free beer, and I get to.
I can't blame you. I
mean, I get to talk. Hey, I get to talk to my owner of my company and be like, hey, you know what? I'm smarter than I sound. I promise you. I know
I sound like a dumb ass redneck, but I got some brains working in the park.
Mom always said life is like a box of chocolates. I mean, so so the Braves obviously my number one team in baseball. But now that I'm in pretty much 20 minutes outside of Detroit, I'm like, hey, I kind of like the Tigers now, and even college football wise, like you will never find me cheering for anyone other than the Georgia Bulldogs. And I told Cody this a couple weeks ago. This will be the first year, and I still am thinking about taking a fucking Spirit Airlines flight dude, Spirit is so cheap. Oh my God. They're so cheap.
There's a reason for it, though.
I don't care. I really don't care. I can fly from here in Detroit to Atlanta, Spirit, for $32. Sign me up. If we crash, you know what? It was my time to go. You know what? I mean, $32, get me there. Because this is the first year that I don't know that I will be able to go to a Georgia football game. And I'm bummed out about that. It has been, I think I have a 5-year streak going right now of going to a Georgia football game. And me and Cody, I'll never forget, I bought Georgia versus Tennessee tickets. And those tickets were like almost $400. And
ridiculous.
And I bought 2 of them, and I didn't know who I was going to take with me. And I was like, hey, Cody, do you want to go to the Tennessee game with me? And he was like, hell yeah, dude, let's go. So I remember we were going to, I even got a parking pass. We were going to the parking deck. We were listening to Hardy the whole time, and we were fucking getting lit. We were drinking at the parking deck. We were having a good old time. It rained not like 70% of the game. It rained, but I think he will say, and I will say, that is the most electric and the most loud I have ever heard Sanford Stadium in my life. Like, that game was fucking wild.
I don't think I've ever told you this. Not a lot of people know about it. I can't go to Georgia games. I am I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
Mm-hmm.
But I am about this. So I've only been to 3 Georgia games, and my first 2 games were about 8 years apart, and they were both on homecoming, both at home.
Oh no!
And my first 2 games are the only 2 times in college football history that Vanderbilt walked into Athens and beat the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yep.
I was there both times.
Yeah, stay away from Sanford Stadium.
Until Marcus Chafin is the first person I met from iRacing or anything like that, right? He's like, dude, just go to a game. I'll take you. He was coming down from Michigan, which is funny. There's now 2 people from Georgia that live in Michigan. But he came down from Michigan. He's like, dude, just go to a game with me. I'll go to. I'm like, are you sure? I'm not good. He's like, shut the fuck up. Go to the game. I'm like, oh, okay.
All right.
It was versus Kent State last year.
Oh, that was a barn burner. They almost got us.
Yeah. We're sitting at halftime, like down 10, and I'm like, Marcus, I shouldn't have gone to this game.
Yeah. I'm bad luck. I'm bad luck.
It's like, I'm gonna be honest, man. If they lose this game, I don't think you should go to Georgia games anymore.
Yeah.
Which is funny because then you look at Falcons games, and I'm not the biggest Falcons fan of all time. I like the Falcons. I watch them every week for, I don't know why, I'm a masochist, I guess. And I've never seen them lose. Both times I went, it was like one of the best games I've ever seen. They were 2. I saw one of the last games in the Dome. It was the overtime win against the Redskins. And last year, the year before that, when they took the Panthers to overtime, and the Panthers missed that like 35-yard field goal to win it.
Yeah.
We won it. I was at that game too. I'm like, I should just go to Falcons game, I guess.
Yeah. They're cheaper. They win when I can show up. I have. Well, so I took my dad to the Georgia game when we played Oregon in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That was that last year? I think it was last year.
I think so. Yeah, because it
Yeah.
was when Dane Lanning first went to Oregon.
Yeah. So it was last year, and oh my God, I mean, I have taken my dad to Sanford Stadium before. We went to like a cupcake game. We were playing like Jacksonville State or some shit, and like,
Hey, don't diss Jacksonville State now.
I mean, yeah, but they can't compete with Georgia. But my dad had never really been to like a competitive football game. So it's like, hey, I got 2 tickets because I bought them. I was like, Dad, you want to go with me? Like, you can, we'll drive up there and we'll tailgate. And my dad took it. My dad, I mean, he's the coolest. He brought his grill. He brought his pop-up, not tent, but like pop-up awning thing.
Like the canopy thing?
Yeah, like the canopy. Yeah, and like we're grilling burgers and hot dogs. And I bought the Stetson Bennett jersey that I have to this day. It's in my closet right behind me. I bought that at that game for like $40. Like, it was a great deal. Yeah, like I was like, yeah, give me that Stetson jersey, and they're like $40. I'm like, hell yeah. Like, and we went to that game, and I remember, I'll never forget, we were going up to our seats, and we were going up like the escalators, and people were like, what's that coming down the track? And then you'd be like a pause, and like the whole, like everyone, a mean machine in red and black. And I'm like, this is so fucking awesome. Like, we had a blast. I mean, we were in the nosebleeds. Like, we were literally like the last row. And I'll never forget, I probably shouldn't say this on this podcast, but I'm going to do it anyway. There was these 2 girls, the row below us, and their shorts didn't cover
shit.
Yeah, they might as well just been wearing underwear. And my dad looked at me. My dad looked at me and said, I bet their dads don't know what they're wearing to this game tonight. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. He said, hey, if your sister wore that outside the house and I found out about it, I would whoop her ass. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I have a picture on my phone still to this day of me and my dad at that game. And somebody took a picture of us, and we're both holding like the railings, like over here. We're both holding the railing because the steps, for anybody who has been to Mercedes-Benz, the steps, they're not a 15-degree angle. They're not a Martinsville. They're a Talladega fucking slant. Like it's straight down.
They're scary to go up.
Yeah. So we've already, because obviously we were in an NFL stadium, so they were able to sell beer. So we've been drinking before the game, and we had a couple beers at the game. So we're both holding on to the railing, like, because we feel like we're about to literally fall down into the field. So we're like holding on. We're like scared. Like, you can see it in our face. It's like, that is a scary stadium if you're up high.
Well, shit, dude. If you look at my Instagram, there's a picture of me and some buddies that are at Mercedes-Benz, and this lady was like 2 rows above us. Took our picture after the game, and it looks like we're like looking up all the way up like this to look at her, and we look like kids.
Yeah, it's because it's a 75-degree angle to like the stairs. Like,
if you've had a couple, you're like,
oh yeah.
Whoa.
I told my dad, I was like, hey, you want to go get a couple more beers? And he's like, yeah, let's go, because it was like the end of the second quarter or first quarter. It wasn't halftime yet. It was like somewhere in between. And we're going down the stairs, and I'm like, if I have another beer, I don't know if I can make it down these stairs again. Like, I might just roll down them. Like, this is...
I might tumble down.
Yeah.
Go over the railing and fall down 100 feet.
Yeah. Like, this is kind of scary. I don't like this, but... We ended up whooping Oregon's ass in that game, so that was
such a good game.
That was fun. I remember my
Dude, we
dad
had
was
a
so excited, and I'm like, dude, he doesn't even know what college football is. But like, I
yeah,
brought him into this, and now he's like 100% committed to Georgia football.
we had a when I was a kid. I mean, a kid. This was before my younger brother was born. There's like a 7 year age gap between us. He was an accident. Uh,
Yikes.
but we had an English bulldog, white bulldog that looked just like Uga, and we
Yeah.
named that little fucker Munson.
Hey, you got
And
to.
first
You got
first
to.
Christmas first Christmas we had when we had him, we used to have. I mean, because okay, we had to get rid of him when my brother was born. So when I was like 7, because I mean, you don't want an 80-pound bulldog
Yeah.
with
With a
an infant.
newborn. Yeah.
Um, But first Christmas we had, we used to have all these Christmas decorations. I mean, like blow up, like inflatable, like Tony Stewart sitting in the 20 car,
Hell yeah.
Santa Claus across the thing, Dale Jr. sitting out there, all this fun shit, right? Tore up every single one. I mean, it was like
Oh.
1,200. And we did not grow. I want to make this very clear. We did not grow up rich. We
Yeah.
were just very stupid with money. Um, Tore up about $1,200 of Christmas decorations in one go.
Oh.
So we're like, all right, Munson,
Put him
you
down.
bitch,
Put him down.
throw this fucker away. Like,
Yeah.
there's still to this day, because we kept him, like all his food and stuff in his cage was in our laundry room because we didn't have an extra room. And still to this day, there's a big ass hole in the wall. It's probably like 2 feet tall from him. That room is a disaster now because of him. We just were like, who cares? No one's going to go in the laundry room.
Yeah, fuck it. It's just for laundry. Who cares? All right, buddy. Well, do you have any questions for me? You got any thing you want to talk about before we kind of close this thing out?
Reynolds had a couple more.
Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk to Reynolds. Fuck. At the same time, fuck Reynolds. But you know.
I'm not doing this something most people don't know about you.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if anything, I just collect a lot of shit. Like I have, I think I've had a few too many. Like I got a lot of baseballs.
Hell
Like I got
yeah.
a Chipper Jones one. I'm pretty sure it's fake, but I got a
It's
a 95
fake.
Braves ball. I think no, the Chipper Jones was real. I think this one's fake. I'm not sure though.
Hey, he's
This
got
one's
some balls that are fake.
some balls. This one's a Freddie Freeman one.
Oh hell yeah.
That
I miss Freddie Freeman.
Fun fact about this one: this is before he came to Atlanta, and the only reason I got this, I was at a Gwinnett Braves game, and there was a ball hit the awning. I don't know if you've been to a Gwinnett Braves game, but their dumbass awning goes down instead of up. And I was like 5, right? Ball hits it, whatever, and it rolls back down, and it hits me square in the fucking head. And they're like making my parents sign all these contracts or whatever to say don't. And they ask, who's my favorite Braves player? I'm like, Chipper Jones. And they're like, he's not here. I'm like, I don't know, Gregor Blanco, because he was rehabbing at the time. And so they got me this ball, and Gregor Blanco was batting at the time. And so they got me this dipshit ginger named Freddie Freeman. This guy.
And then he became the best player in baseball.
So I think that'll, because it says Freddie Freeman 30 on it instead of 5. So maybe that'll be worth something.
Yeah.
This is my favorite one, though. It's my great grandfather.
Oh, was it signed by Babe Ruth?
No, he's not that old. Actually, he is that old. He died when I was like 14 or something like that. But he was best friends with a dude named Luke Appling, who's a baseball Hall of Famer. He played second base for the White Sox in like the 40s. And when he passed, he wrote in his will for me to get this ball signed by him when he got into the Hall of Fame.
That's pretty cool.
That's cool. Yeah. That, and I have a can collection of just random beer cans, like the specialty edition ones, you know?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Even though I don't drink beer, which I think is funny, but I have a lot of them.
Well, there you go, Reynolds. He answered your dumbass question.
Penis Jr. and Kirko.
I think he meant Penix Jr., We can't
I know,
say.
in Phoenix.
I don't think we can say that on stream, but we've
Say
said
Michael
it.
Penis Jr. Oh,
YouTube, I'm sorry. I'm not Joe Rogan. I can't. I can get canceled still.
it's all right, I guess. Oh no, the Penix pick was stupid. I get what they were
So
doing.
dumb. I don't really.
I
I mean,
understand Arthur Blank's fear of
Kirk Cousins dying.
he was scared of being in the Desmond Ritter situation, in the Marcus
Yeah.
Mariota situation, where you're just stuck with a shitty quarterback. Like I get it, but like fuck, dude.
Yeah, you got Kirk Cousins though.
When
Like,
Kirk retires, he'll be like 38,
yeah,
39, right? And then Penix will be like, isn't Penix like 30 already?
yeah. He's an older
He'll be like-
college
he'll be like-
quarterback.
He'll be like 34 by the time he gets to play.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, I don't know why you blow that pick. I don't
And
know.
I was at my girlfriend's dad's house, or my girlfriend's house, and I was watching the draft with her dad. And he's a Rams fan. So he
Stetson Bennett, baby.
he's a big Stetson believer, by the way, which is funny. He firmly believes that when Stafford retires, Stetson Bennett will be the quarterback of the Rams. Which I'm like, I wish, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, he's got to
Anyway.
get out of rehab first.
But he's sitting there like he's texting his oldest son, and he's like, "Dude, I think they're going to draft Penix." I'm like, "No way. The Falcons are stupid, but they're not that stupid."
And they did.
And I got up and walked out. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm not doing this anymore. These stupid ass motherfuckers don't want to win.
There was so many more options available.
Could have picked him in the second round. No one was gonna pick him.
Yeah, nobody. And even if they did, you had like other quarterbacks that you could have taken. Like that was still like comparative.
Bo Picks? I don't know.
Yeah, like somebody. Like, I mean, they're gonna sit on the sidelines for at least 2-3 years. Kirk Cousins has a good.
You pissed off Kirk Cousins in the process.
Yeah, like Kirk Cousins, like, okay, I'm in Atlanta now, and they're like, oh, by the way, our first round pick is Michael Penix Jr. And he's like, well, what? Like,
I don't know, shore up the D line or something crazy like that. I know it's a novel idea nowadays, but
I know, like, you know, maybe get a Georgia defensive end, like.
And then we got the dude in the second round who sounds like his last name sounds like Scooby Doo. Or whatever, and it's bad when they list the NFL networks list the 3 things about the draft pick or whatever, right? And they're always positive. 2 of them were negatives.
Yeah.
Dude, what the hell?
Yeah, the Falcons were just like, hey, we're really just gonna fuck some shit up here. We're just gonna really make all the picks. No one's gonna know what we're doing. And they're like, hey,
Never let them know your next move, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you just signed Kirk Cousins for like, what was his contract? Like $45 million or something?
Wasn't it $200 million for 4 years?
Probably is. Yeah.
And by the way, we're paying this dude like $100 million this year.
Yeah.
Like in the last year of his contract, there's nothing guaranteed.
And he might tear his ACL like Aaron Rodgers did in week 1. And I mean,
And Penis man.
yeah, we're stuck with Michael Penis Jr. So I mean, yeah,
I am convinced they drafted him because they're like lefty guy named Michael. This is just Michael Vick. I'm like, well, Michael
yeah,
Vick
it's like
was pretty good and didn't get shredded by Michigan.
Yeah, Michael Vick was a little bit better than Michael Penix Jr. So we'll see.
I'll answer his last one. Tips for paint scheme beginners. Ryan, what do you got to say about that one? I know you paint a lot.
Oh, I do not. Yeah, I mean, I really don't. Honestly, what I do as a beginner paint scheme person, honestly, I steal paint schemes from Trading Paints, and I might get sued for this, but you know,
Plagiarism, baby.
Yeah, plagiarism. I steal. I find paint schemes on Trading Paints that are not custom numbers. I put them on my car, and then I take it to GIMP. I put the Ryan Blaney 12 on it where it needs to be, and then I load it to my car, and that's what I do. Other than when Blake paints me a scheme, or John Smeal or Kevin Feemster paint me a scheme for A Squared.
Hey,
That's
why don't you let me paint you an A squared scheme?
because you charge $50 for your fucking paint schemes, and I don't have that kind of
45. It was 30, but then I was like
45. Look, I can ask
like 4 hours on this shit. Like,
I can ask Kevin Feemster to paint me a paint scheme for this much money. This zero. So that's why.
okay, if you want my honest answer, and I'm not sober.
I'm not either. That's what the podcast is all about. I mean,
this is hitting me a lot harder than I thought it would.
Look, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and I'm ready to go another hour. So,
fucking, I don't care. Like I said, I got nothing to do tomorrow. If you want my honest on how to do it, because I did think about this. And I'm a nerd, so like, I've been doing graphic design since I was like 12. So I've been honestly obsessed with how companies brand themselves. Like, I do dead ass think the two best branding companies out there are Coke and Budweiser. Because it might be just because I like red and cursive writing, but like, you look at those two bottles and whatever they do in brand, you're like, I know what that is. But honestly, the two things you need to look at when you look at like an actual car or a truck or whatever, right? There are two things, and I know this is kind of blurred right here, but that's a 33. You got to pay attention to or prioritize the number / the team's branding. What do they keep consistent in all their cars? Because I do this for teams. Like, if you ever look at Arrowhead cars I paint, they all have the same thing. They all have the same number font and the same size, and they all have the same decal set, which is an outline across a lot of their the headlights, the front, whatever the thing is on the bottom. I don't know what they call that because it's not really there. It's not on the
not
splitter,
a splitter. Though. It's like
on top.
The
they have like there's some black thing that's on the actual Camry, but it's not really there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Toyota, for fuck's sake. It's not a real car.
Yeah. And then the back splitter or whatever the fuck that's called, there's an outline across that. But that's something you gotta prioritize: is what do teams do and what do you want consistent across your teams. Don't muddy up the numbers. The number has to be clean because you have to be able to see it. Like, you can't have a design behind it the same color because you're just gonna muddy it up. And it's the same thing with whatever sponsoring, like Brunt or Budweiser or whatever. You're not gonna, in real life, they're not going to fuck me. They're not gonna put something behind in the design, the logo or whatever, that you're gonna look at that and be like, I don't know what the hell that car is. Like, I think a terrible design is that I'm probably gonna catch heat for this, but the jockey car, that's the American flag car.
Yep.
It's a cool idea, but I know in person, even watching on TV, you're sitting there like, if you didn't know before, like, I don't know what the fuck, who's sponsoring this car? What is on it?
I feel the same way about Christopher Bell's ream scheme. Like, he's got the 20 up front, and then the ream is like a circle, and then the quarter panel is empty. It's like, what are y'all doing? Like,
and to be fair to designers in real life, I have a lot more freedom because I'm not 95% of the time I'm not dealing with the actual company, right? Like, I know I designed 2 cars for Selena today, and I'm not dealing with Menards or American Airlines or NOS, right? I can do whatever I want with it. But I know when I'm making it, I want to make it somewhat realistic. So I'm not going to fuck with, I'm going to stay in what colors they use. The company that's the sponsor. That's really what you want to do. I know this has been a long-winded answer, but prioritize what actual colors that the companies use, and don't fuck with their logos. You got to keep the logos clean. Don't make, if you have a design that's behind them, at least have an outline that's clearly defining what they are. Like, you're gonna look at that from afar and be like, that is a car sponsored by Nike or Menards or whatever, right? And it's the same thing. You got to keep the logo or the numbers completely clean from afar. That's what I try to prioritize.
Prioritize. You got a little Spanish.
Priorities.
Oscar Nunez, or what's that? Oscar Alves, or what the hell's that guy's name?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
You're talking more from the guy from The Office?
No, well, his name was Oscar Martinez.
Which seems kind of racist, but
I didn't build the show. That was his name. I mean,
it's your fault, Ryan.
It might be, but Oscar. Damn, what's the guy's name that plays on the Braves? His name is Oscar something. Hell, you got a Braves hat on. I don't. I got an ARCS hat on.
I haven't watched any fucking Braves games this year. I watched a couple.
It's Oscar. It's Oscar something.
Was it the guy who made the All-Star team?
Yeah.
His name's Ronaldo.
Well, and on that note, and on that note, bro, there was an Oscar that played on the Braves. I swear.
There was Omar Infante. Is that who you're thinking of?
Hell, I don't know.
That was like when I was 10.
No, there was an Oscar.
Dude, there's not a single person on the Braves roster right now that's named Oscar.
Well, maybe 2 years ago. I think his name was Oscar.
There was oh god, what was his name? There was Guillermo Heredia. That was a fun player.
Maybe I'm thinking
the pink swords.
Maybe I'm thinking of Acuna. What was his first name? Michael? I think that's
Ronald.
I think his name was Oscar. I think he changed it to Ronald. I think that's that's a ploy.
His name was Ronald the whole time.
That's a ploy. I don't think his name was Ronald. I think it was Oscar the whole time.
Michael Harris.
Well, y'all were talking about Michael Penix, and that's all I can think about now is Michael.
I mean, we got a dude on the Braves now. No joke. His name is Nacho Alvarez.
Hey, he's gonna be good.
Nacho Alvarez Jr. So that means they looked at that name and were like, "Fuck it, we're gonna do it again.
We're gonna run it back. We're gonna run it back, baby."
2 nachos.
Oh shit. So what do you think? What do you think the Braves? I'll be honest. I didn't even know baseball was going on. I have no idea how the Braves are doing this year. How are they doing?
It's fucking July. What do you think?
Bro, I don't give a shit. I'm fucking waiting for college football. I don't give a fuck about baseball. I'm not in Georgia anymore, all right? Detroit Tigers are awful.
The Braves are... I think they've had 15 injuries this year.
Yeah, well, that sounds
Ronald's
right.
been dead since May. No joke, he tore his ACL again. Dude, we have Matt Olson's hitting like 220. All of our good players are hitting like below 240.
Damn.
I know Orlando Arcia has like the worst batting WAR, or it's something. It's one of those weird stats. He's like the worst in the league. We have Chris Sale, which by the way, I don't know if you knew that we have Chris Sale now. Chris Sale and Ronaldo Lopez, and that's it. We have nobody else. Everyone else is ass. We're getting our shit handed to us by the Phillies right now.
Damn.
We're like 8 games back, I think.
That sucks.
I think we just dropped 3 or 2 to the Mets, which is great, by the way. Love. Let's see. Right now, we are. God damn it, we're not even second in the division right now. We are 10 games back of the Phillies, third in the division.
Oh no.
I know. Yesterday we because we signed Ramon Laureano for some reason. He's our right fielder. We were in extras versus the Mets. We were in New York. There was 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th. There was runner on second and third, and there was just a routine fly ball to right field.
Dropped it.
He just ran past it. It dropped behind him, and we lost.
You
It's
love
like,
to see
you
it.
stupid
Yeah,
motherfucker! I could have made that play. And
Feder,
I dislocated my knee in a college tryout, and I could have made that shit work.
yeah. Feder Place just made a comment in the chat, and he said, "When the hell was Chase Elliott in the 9 car?" I'll never forget me and Feemster in our podcast. Dude, I was fucking wasted. I was drunk. I mean, I'm drunk now, but I was drunk then too. And he was talking about Chase Elliott, and he had a 25, he had a number 9 Chase Elliott shirt on, but it was the throwback where it looked like Bill Elliott's number 9 with like the Evernham skiing. Yeah. And I blanked. I was like, when the hell was Chase Elliott in the 9 car? And he was like, what? Like, in my head, I was like, when did Chase Elliott run the Bill Elliott number 9 car? Like, that's what I meant to say, but that's not what came out. And now it's a sound clip in ARCS. And
I don't think saying that when did Bill Elliott run the 9 car, I don't think that's much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, but I mean, I just saw his Evernham number 9, and I was like, when the hell did Chase Elliott run the 9 car? And I'm like, oh, that was not smart.
When did Kyle Lawson start running the 5?
Yeah, when did he run the 5 car? I don't know, maybe 2 years ago.
When did Dale Earnhardt run the 3?
Yeah, not after 2001.
Jesus Christ.
Too soon? All right, well.
No, I wasn't fucking alive.
Yeah, you were. You weren't alive in 2001? Bro, no. When were you born?
2002.
Oh my fucking God. I'm talking to a young child on this podcast. Chris Hansen, please don't come after me.
I'm 22.
Bro, I am 32. There is a 10-year age difference here in this podcast.
Bro, most of my friends are like 30.
And we're I mean, bro, we're the same person. We love Ryan Blaney. We love Georgia Bulldogs. We love Atlanta Braves.
I think we grew up like 2 hours from each other.
Yeah, I grew up in...
I'm going to be completely dead ass with you. Before here, I have never heard of Good Hope.
Hey, Good Hope.
Ever.
Cody put Good Hope on the map because he's a lot better than I am.
I don't even... Isn't that near Athens?
It's about 20 minutes from Athens.
What county is that in?
Walton County.
I don't even know where the fuck that is. Well, you know Forsyth County, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I can say the city without being demonetized.
Probably not, but I mean, I don't give a shit. So what is it? Fucking Forsyth or fucking...
That's the county. There's a city of Forsyth. That's in South Georgia.
DeKalb.
No, don't ever confuse us with DeKalb County ever again. Cumming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's...
Spelled exactly like you think it is.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's...
Not like, come here, like
no, coming.
finishing an act.
Yeah, no, there's a meme on TikTok. I think y'all could look it up right now, and there's a Dunkin' Donuts down there in Cumming, and it says Dunkin' runs, or something about Dunkin' runs on Cumming.
It's coming, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's like, that's a world-famous TikTok out there.
Well, like, I lived in Cumming, Georgia forever, which, by the way, I completely lie on the ABN thing and say I'm from Atlanta because I do not want to say I'm from Cumming because we don't have the best history. That plus saying you're from Cumming, it's not great.
You put that on the stream, there's going to be some people that ask some questions.
Well, people that are old enough know that
it's
Oprah came down here.
Oh, yeah.
In the 80s because we were so racist. Mm-hmm. Like, I am not when I was alive, but, like, we were a sundown town for years. I mean, for, like, I think it was, like, 85 years. Cumming didn't have a single black person on the census.
Yeah.
We were pretty bad.
Oh, hell yeah. Oprah came down and gave out a couple Jeeps and, you know, It was a different story after that.
that changed. That changed some people's minds.
Yeah, they were like, hell yeah, we're gonna come over. We can go down there and get that Dunkin' Donuts from Cumming.
It's
Giving
weird
out
how
Jeeps.
it went from that, and then like 10 years later, I mean, when I was growing up, it turned into like the fastest growing county in the whole nation.
Yeah.
Like now I think there's like 300,000 people that live there. It's fucking nuts. I mean, because we're 40 minutes from Atlanta.
Yeah.
So I wasn't really lying when I said I was from Atlanta. I'm
Yeah.
right there. Our counties touch.
I mean, really, if you're from Georgia, you can say you're from Atlanta. I mean,
You either say you're from Atlanta
or Macon.
like Atlanta, Macon, and then if you're far south enough, you say you're from Savannah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I'd say good 70-80% of people from Georgia, especially if you're talking to people that aren't from Georgia, you just say you're from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Or if you're
Luckily,
saying-
I was close enough to Athens that when people ask me, like, oh, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Athens. And they're like, where's that? And it's like, oh, you know the University of Georgia? And they're like, oh, yeah, we've heard of that. Like, yeah, that's in
You'd be
Athens.
stupid if you ever heard of the UGA.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
I don't know.
UGA.
One thing I found interesting, because I didn't think about this growing up, is me and my dad went hunting a lot. And God, I'm really sounding Southern. Holy shit! Which I
Hell
do this
yeah.
a lot.
Look, tell your hunting story. I gotta piss again, so go tell your hunting and maybe tell your fishing story. Look, I'm about to turn into fucking Morgan Wallen right here.
The more I drink, or depending on who I hang out with, especially someone like Ryan, the more my Southern accent comes out. I usually keep it down a little bit, but so me and my dad would go hunting growing up in Dawsonville, which I didn't realize how big of a deal that was until I got older. How big Dawsonville was to people from people from people that were NASCAR fans. And I went to the Dawsonville pool room almost weekly growing up, and I didn't understand how big of a deal that was. And I remember when I first started getting into like NASCAR heat and like iRacing and stuff, people talk about the pool room because Chase Elliott's really popular. I'm like, oh, I've been there a million times. And people like freak out because I didn't think of Dawsonville as really anything. Like shit, when we would go up there, he had a little like hunting club he was on. We would pass Bill Elliott's old shop every single time, and I'm like, that's cool, but I didn't really understand the significance of it. And I'm gonna say it right now. Dawsonville pool room kind of has ass food. It's not that great. The fries, horrible. And they got this, I don't even know what to call it. Anything negative I can say about it is kind of an understatement.
Mm-hmm.
They have this abomination of a burger called the Bully Burger. That is literally just a hamburger, no cheese, nothing, with coleslaw on it. And that's the whole thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? But I mean, you go in, it's cool. They got wall to wall. Like you can't see the paint on the walls or anything. Just stuff for Bill Elliott. I don't know what it is now. It's probably a bunch of Chase Elliott shit now. But when I was growing up, it was just Bill stuff. Like I remember they had this whole front bumper from some racing. Didn't he win a 500?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Bill Elliott used to be pretty good there for a little bit.
It was either front bumper from a 500, the one time he set the record at Dega, or when he won the championship, one of those three. But they have his whole front bumper and all this shit. Because Austin Bell from Dawsonville.
Hell yeah, and then Chase from Dawsonville. That don't make no sense. I went to that museum they have up there in North Georgia.
Which is their city hall, by the way.
It is. It's a city hall and the museum. They call it the North America Motorsports Museum, but let's be real. It's the fucking Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott Museum. I mean,
yeah.
But I went in there. Look, no shit. We were going to Helen. Me and my at the time.
God, Helen.
Yeah, me and at the time my ex-wife were going up there, and we stopped and we went through the museum, and obviously I loved NASCAR. My ex-wife, she didn't really give a shit about it. But we went through it, and at the end, they have a goddamn moonshine in the fucking uh gift shop. In the gift shop, they got a moonshine over there. They're brewing moonshine in this North America Motorsports Museum, and I'm like, what the hell is going
Y'all don't
on
understand.
here?
Austinville is moonshine country, and the only reason I've never been in to the north whatever it is, right? I've never been to the city hall. The only reason I've been there is because when we'd go up there, there's a Bojangles in the same parking lot, so I just go there. And that's where we'd go every single time.
There's a
But
Bojangles.
every year they have oh my god, this makes us sound like such idiot rednecks. They have the Moonshine Festival every year, and it covers the whole, the whole roundabout and all that where the Mexican restaurant is, and I don't know if it's a church or whatever, but it stretches from there all the way past the Dairy Queen into the city hall.
Yep.
And it's just so much alcohol.
Yeah.
And I thought it was cool one time. Did you ever watch Moonshiners?
Yeah.
I got to meet what was the big? It was the big tall dude and his buddy that was a little shorter that had a goatee. They were there and shit, and I was like, man, I'm amongst high society now.
Yeah, I've made it.
These two people from a fucking A&E show.
Yeah. It's fucking, their show streams on HGTV, and we're excited to see them in live.
There was growing up, I think it still exists. There was this I got to meet growing up. My hero was Chipper Jones, right?
Yeah.
And this is when he was signed with Buck Commander. And keep in mind, this was before Duck Dynasty was a thing, so no one really knew who Willie Robertson and shit was. And the big thing was Chipper Jones was there, and this is when he was still playing. It was called Buckarama, which is stupid as fuck.
That's the most Georgia thing ever.
Yeah. I don't even know where it was. I was so young. But if you look, there's me with my buck teeth sitting there with my arm around Chipper Jones going, oh my God, this is my hero. And behind us, in the background, you see this big dude with a giant beard with an American flag bandana. And Willie Robertson is behind us just walking past. And we didn't realize this until like 5 years later. We're like, holy shit, that's Willie.
Yeah. Like he wasn't even famous then. Like,
no, because he was just a businessman at that point. Because they owned Buck Commander too. I remember when that show came out, I wanted to be Jace so bad. I didn't want to be Cy, I just wanted to be exactly like Jace.
Yeah. I think we all did. I mean, he was like, yeah.
That show had a stranglehold on the South.
It really did. I don't know what happened to that. I don't know what happened to all of them. I feel like they all just kind of fell off the map, but.
Oh, I do. Phil said some like really homophobic stuff.
Oh man, yeah, you can't do that.
It's like, did we expect anything different?
Yeah, I mean,
Baptist preacher
from Louisiana. Like, what do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, I think, and then after that, I think they ran like one more season, and they tried to do it without Phil, and then it just fell apart.
Yeah, you take out
still alive, I think.
You take out a key member, it's not gonna be the same. It's just not.
Especially the dude who had his sayings and all the like there was Cy, sure, but everyone said happy, happy, happy all the time.
Yeah.
This podcast has gone off the rails. We went from talking, business, HTL, admin, ARCS, and all this shit. And we're like, fucking Duck Dynasty.
Duck Dynasty, bitches. Yeah, it has. I mean, but hey, that's what this podcast is about. We don't really have an agenda. I don't have notes, I wing it.
The only notes were
or Tommy Reynolds. Yeah, Tommy Reynolds were the only notes we had. We answered those questions like 2.5 hours ago. So
yeah, and I answered half those questions like within the first 10 minutes because I blew through.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what this is about. Who cares? We're having fun. That's all that matters.
I gotta know, Ryan. What type of music do you like?
Country, Man, I'm a huge Hardy fan. Huge Hardy fan.
Shocker.
I mean, what do you expect? I mean, what did you want me to say, Eminem? I mean,
yeah, dude.
I moved to Michigan. I do like Eminem's new album. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
that one song he put out was a little odd.
What did I put out? Which one did he put out?
Where he was trying to get himself canceled.
Oh, dude, I'm trying to get myself canceled every night. I feel him.
This podcast is out.
I mean, yeah.
He was like, fuck blind people, and I'm like,
like what? What did they do to you? Like, what?
This don't even make sense,
bro. They just trying to see, my guy. Like, what are you talking about?
Like, fuck blind people and deaf people too. I'm like, deaf people don't even know who you are.
Yeah, deaf people can't even hear you, Eminem. Like,
oh shit.
I did like the song that he dropped where he had Jelly Rolls "Save Me."
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, it was like, I think it's like the last song on the album. That one was pretty good.
Is it all right?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, the Hardy's album dropped the same day that Eminem's album dropped, and I'm sorry, I'm listening to Hardy all day long. I mean,
I'm gonna be honest, and it may be me just being really shallow, but God, I'm such a redneck. It was a WWE pay-per-view, and Hardy was like a performer at halfway point, which is also, why would you do a musical artist at fucking WWE
halftime show?
There's no halftime, but all right. Yeah. And it was like one of the worst performances I've ever seen. He fucked it up so bad, and I'm like, after that, I don't think I can take. It's like listening to Fergie. Like, after she fucked up the national anthem, how can you take her seriously?
Yeah, it's different. Look, Hardy could. I can't say this on the. Nah, I ain't gonna say. I mean, I'm not gonna say the whole thing I was gonna say, but Hardy could.
You gotta entertain the fans for a minute. I've been holding it back for a while. I'm not gonna break the seal.
All right, break the seal. Look, Hardy could. I don't know. I think he just gave me the thumbs up for something. I ain't sure, but look, Hardy. Look, Cody, Hardy. I mean, Hardy will get you going. When you're down and you're out, just listen to a Hardy song. That shit'll make you want to run through a wall. I'll tell you right now. And I don't know how this podcast got to this point about us talking about Hardy, but here we are. You know what I mean? I mean, this is some good shit right here. And I know only about 3 people are watching right now because we've been on for about 3 hours almost. But, man, y'all listen to Hardy. 4x4, y'all listen to 4x4 by Hardy. If that don't get you revved up, I tell you what, you ain't American. And that's as Stone Cold Austin says, that's the cold, hard truth. And, yeah.
Did he say that? I don't think I remember hearing Stone Cold. I like how you just missed the fact that his name was Steve.
Steve, it was Steve Austin.
By the way, I was making sure you couldn't hear me pee. That's why I was going I was snapping into making shit.
Oh, yeah.
If you listen to some real music, listen to that band right there. That's the greatest band of all time.
What was that, Fireflies? Owl City?
I will drive up to Michigan and personally give you a slap.
What is that?
Metallica, baby.
Oh, yeah. Well, we ain't for all that, but
What do you mean for all that?
I don't know. I was just talking about Hardy.
If you like Hardy, you'll like Metallica.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy's basically the same thing. He yells. They yell. We all yell.
He, she, we yell.
Hey, whoa! Don't get into the pronouns here. All right.
It was a Wombo reference, my guy.
Oh, SpongeBob. Yeah.
The study of warm biology.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Fuck yeah. Did you ever see that video of that dude making a whole song just using mayonnaise?
I haven't, but I think I
Dude,
want
it
to.
funny as shit. Like half of it is him like, what the fuck are we doing? Like he poured mayonnaise out onto a plate and he got a spoon and it's just
Just starting beating it.
beating his white cream.
Well, this podcast has went off the rails. we have went from great to good here. We are, and I'm for it. I mean, I'm all
the biggest trick. We started out so good.
This
is such a fucking.
The first 10 minutes were great. Hey, if y'all are listening, and I hope you're not, just listen to the first 10 minutes and then turn it off.
Gotta go under.
HTL and ARCS about to drop all of their sponsorship for the rest of the season.
We're gonna show up in Talladega on Monday. And there's gonna be like 7 people there.
Oh, well, you talked about hitting your spoon, your cream, and a spoon and the cream. Look, man. Hey, look, this podcast is all about having fun. And if people get offended by this podcast, fuck them. You know what I mean? I mean, I've had so many people on this podcast. I've had you, I've had Carmen. I mean, I play no favorites in any league, whatever. I want to talk to anyone that, whether it doesn't matter, like whether you vote for, I ain't going to get into politics. No, he ain't going to get into politics. But
who you voting for, Ryan?
Whether you vote for Trump, whether you vote for Biden, whether you vote for Ryan Blaney, by God, this podcast, we don't care. We
Ryan can do that bad of a job, right?
Look, I've had 26 episodes and I ain't been canceled. Well, this is the 26th, so we'll have to see about the 27th episode. This is the end.
Dude, I'm looking into this expecting to have like a Carmen level podcast, and we started out at that level, and now
I mean,
2.5 now. I've been fucking crying for 20 minutes now.
Look, you know, alcohol will do that to you sometimes. You know, I mean, it makes you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You know.
Remember how we talked about how the 3 verse 9 level I got to? Apparently today was a 3. Cause holy shit, dude.
Look, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm on my 8th White Claw, and I think I had 2 before I started stacking them. Y'all can't see it, but I have 8 White Claws stacked on my table right here. So, yeah.
I know I have 4. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I had a Mountain Dew just for okay, never mind. This is full. So I didn't drink the Mountain Dew.
So I
was like, dude, I'm going to chase this. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be sober. This thing is absolutely full. I think I took 1 sip out of this. And man, the nicotine is trying its hardest to sort me out. It's not working at all.
Bro, I've been sucking on this vape like I can't finish a sentence, but yeah, the vape is here. It is doing its job. My beer is almost empty. I mean, it's not empty yet, so we're not done. But
do I want to go get another one, or would that be a mistake?
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't be, because I mean, we may be both canceled at the end of this podcast anyway, so.
All right, I'm going to let you choose. Ready? Do I get the white or the berry? Because there's some green ones in there that are fucking ass. I only drink the green ones if I can't taste it.
Yeah. Oh well,
It's hard to that level.
you probably can't taste it right now, bud. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you.
I'll be honest, I think I could. I don't think I'm there yet. If I can still walk, which my motor functions are still relatively okay. If I can barely walk, then that's when the greens start popping out.
Well, I think you have a berry and then maybe have a green after the berry.
All right. We're gonna go get a berry.
All right. Well, you gonna look. Fuck you, bitch. I'm going to get one too. All right. We gonna go into overtime. All right.
When did I take my hat off? I get to see my ugly ass hair. I didn't have long hair before this, and I cut it off because I'm an idiot. Oh God, how do we still have 4 people? Well, 2 of us are me and Ryan. I can't even move my mouse because all the cans. Who is in here still? Well, at least Selena's in here. Selena's my last hope. Which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Probably a bad thing.
Yeah, Selena. You told me to stick around, so I am. I'm sorry I told you to do that.
Well, at least you're the one person that actually listened. But I mean, I can't say anything. I told everybody in ARCS to tune in, and there's not a fucking soul in here, so you know.
Dude, I pinged the whole HTL server. I'm like, maybe Steven will listen. Because he really wants to. I know he really wants to get back in HTL Cup, so maybe he would, try to kiss my ass enough to at least watch this shit.
Oh yeah, man. I might can get him in right now and just say, hey, what I did wasn't as bad as what everybody else did.
He's like giving me critiques on my golf swing. I'm like, bro, I've golfed twice in my life. And my objective on the golf course is how fucking far can I hit this shit?
I went for the first time like a month ago with my girlfriend's dad and his friend. What I did. Yeah, and his friend and my girlfriend's brother. And they had all played like 10, 15 times. And I'm like, I am out of my element. This is not going to be good. And I hit some shots, and we played scramble, obviously. And I hit some shots, and they're like, oh, yeah, we're playing Ryan's ball. And I'm like, you damn right you playing my ball. Hell yeah. Like,
I'm going to give myself some props here. First time, I was ass. We didn't even keep score, right? Second time I went with him, we should have kept score. I only finished one, I guess above, not below. One stroke more than he did.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty proud of myself. Even if we were about 55 above par. But, I was pretty proud of myself there.
Hey, no one has to know that.
I can tell you, though, Selena will stay here until we end this shit because Selena has absolutely no sleep schedule.
Mm-hmm. It's like Alyssa and hell, Matthew Kent. It's like
Matthew Kent from Japan,
Taiwan, but yeah, same shit. It's
like an hour away.
It's 1:02 p.m. in Taiwan. For those of y'all that are wondering, he's actually he had to leave at 10:30 p.m. our time, normal people time. Because he had he had yeah, he had a bus he had to catch to the baseball game at 10:30 a.m. his time, and so yeah, Kent's probably throwing a baseball right now. Not gonna lie, he is probably throwing a baseball as we talk here on this podcast, and honestly, that's fucking wild, bro. Look, we start our races on Sunday nights at 7 p.m. That is 7 a.m. for Matthew Kent in Taiwan. And he's in there race controlling. Look, if y'all have a bad comment about our race control on Sunday nights, fuck off. That motherfucker. Yeah, well, maybe. But that motherfucker is up at 7 a.m. on a Monday morning in Taiwan. He's living in the future. Look, Santa Claus is going to deliver his presents a day before all y'all others stupid fucking motherfuckers in this damn community. And y'all are going to give him shit. How dare y'all? All right? He's
funny.
Living in the future.
I had this whole thing where I was going to try out for baseball again when I was in college, which is a fucking great idea, by the way, because I hadn't played since I was in like 10th grade.
Mm-hmm.
But I messaged him for advice and all that, sent him videos, and he gave me critiques, and I finally showed up at this tryout, which I was pretty much told because it's Toccoa Falls. I don't really got a fucking baseball team. I mean, they do. They're pretty good. But show up. I was like, I'm prepared. I've been training, all this stuff. I didn't even get to pitch. I was supposed to pitch the first 2 innings of this simulated game. I go to do a side lunge, and my knee suddenly decides, you know what? The side leg seems to be a preferred spot for our location. So I go down on one leg, and I hear a... and I look down. It's funny. I didn't even think I dislocated it. I thought, fuck me, dude. I just tore my pants open. I even looked down at it because it was just big. I'm like, fuck, I really fucked up the seam or something. And then I tried to get back up, and I just fall backwards.
And that's the end of Blake Henderson's baseball career.
It gets worse. Like, they don't put it back. They
didn't shoot yourself, did you?
No, I didn't get that bad. But they didn't put it back in on the field. They load me into this cart while my knee is still out of place. Get me up this hill, and then put me in the assistant's car, which is like a 2003 Nissan. And they load me up into his front seat, not his back seat for whatever reason. My knee's still out of place, and they drive me to the hospital, which is completely empty, right? Get me in there. I have to sign this paperwork. Once again, nobody's in there. And then they make me sit in the waiting room for 15 minutes while my knee is still on the side of my leg. Okay, they finally take me into this doctor. And they ask me if I'm allergic to all this shit, whatever. I'm like, okay, finally, they're going to put my knee back in. Answer all their questions. They're like, all right, thank you. And then they put me back in the waiting room. Finally take me back in where they don't give me any pain meds at all. The whole time. They don't give me any pain medication. And instead of, like grabbing your knee and then like pulling it back where it's supposed to be, which is how you're supposed to do it, they slowly straighten my leg. Super slow, where it finally just pops back into place. Like, this is a mistake. My knee was over here.
Oh, yeah.
Whole time. And they never... Oh, God, they didn't give me shit. It's like, fuck these people.
We're getting into some semi-pornographic shit here on this podcast.
You got to see Blake Henderson's knee.
You got to see his kneecap, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Selena saying she's playing Rocket League till 4 a.m. with Pacey. I play Rocket League, Selena.
Do you remember when Carmen was supposed to do this whole
Rocket League tournament?
Yeah. It never happened. I remember me and Alfred were like, we're going to try this shit. And we practiced. We did like 10 matches together. And then it just never fucking happened. We're like, what the fuck? Ooh, is Johnny Boy, is that Hagen?
I don't think so. I don't know who Johnny Boy is.
No. I think Johnny Boy. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay.
When is Blake growing a beard?
He can't.
Whenever my genetics allow it.
Whenever his vagina grows in. Oh, shit. I shouldn't have said that.
Whenever Greg Henderson's genetics decide to go down to me, even though he's like 52 and can barely grow a beard. Because I can tell you, I can grow a Dirty Sanchez on my lip, and that's about it.
Look, I got me a nice little beard. It got it's a little spotty, but you know.
I'll tell you exactly what I get. Right, I get the Dirty Sanchez right here. Looks awful.
I got it.
Look like an 8-year-old. And then I get like 7 just individual hairs that grow straight out on my chin, and they look awful.
That's pretty much.
I would get anything for a beard, but
That's pretty much how mine is. Like y'all can see those 2 spots right there. And I'm not flicking y'all off. I mean, I am now, but there's a blank spot there. It's like Taylor Swift said, blank space. There's a blank space there and a blank space there, but you know what? Who gives a shit? But anyway, I can't
even grow that.
Well, look. I want to play some Rocket League with Selena, and she said that Pacey is Champ 3. I don't know what that means. It sounds good, but
did you play Overwatch?
I did not. No.
Isn't that what did you play MLB The Show? Like the
Diamond Dynasty show? Yeah. I played MLB The Show.
I think that's like I think it's like divisions. What's above division series? Pennant race?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Whatever that is, I think that's the equivalent. I think it's like 3rd from the top.
Well, look, we had a damn good night one time. I think it was a Saturday night when we were all. We had like 5 or 6 people in ARCS playing Rocket League, and we played the NFL version. Holy shit, that shit was fun. You had to like carry the ball, and if somebody hit you, they would take the ball away from you, and then you had to like hit them, and you could kick a fucking field goal in Rocket League. I was like, I don't know how to do this shit. Like, what the fuck? But it was badass. I fucking enjoyed it. So, Selena, if you want to play some NFL Rocket League, hit me up. We'll play some damn NFL. I'll set up a whole new Discord. I'll do it right now. We'll have a whole damn new Discord for Rocket League NFL football.
I will give Selena this. This is completely off topic. Selena is like one of the most improved drivers I think I've seen in the HTL sphere. She started out rough, and I think she'll like acknowledge that. But she fucking won the truck race last week.
Yeah.
Against Josh Susie. That's hard. Do you know how hard it is to beat Josh Susie?
Yeah, I don't really remember that race because I had to be last minute producer at the same time as.
That's right, you were producing.
Yeah, that was wild, bro. I literally because I normally show up like 5 minutes early, so I show up. I'm like, hey, what's up, Eli? He's like, hey, and then I see that Strix is like, I'm not gonna be there, and Carmen's like, well, I'm 45 minutes away from home. Like, why didn't you tell me that? And I'm like, give me a stream key. I'll give y'all something. It's not going to be great. It's not going to be the ABN cutaways. It's not going to be the ABN logos, but I'll give y'all something. And so Carmen gave me the stream key, and I went live, and I'm like, oh God, I got to produce and broadcast. Like this is taking me back to my ARCS Racing Networks days here. Like I'm out of my comfort zone here, but hell, it was a good race, and Selena won it.
I mean, she fended off the defending series cup champion.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to do. Josh is, I was like a 4 out of 10 burp, but Josh is pretty fucking good, dude.
Yeah, bro. How do we have 6 viewers at fucking
1:12 in the morning?
1:12 in the morning. Y'all need to fucking go to shout out for being here in the podcast, but goddamn, go to bed. Because I'm drunk and it's only midnight. Well, look, I'm drunk and it's only 1:12, so I mean.
I also pinged everyone in the HTL server again. 'Cause I'm a dick.
Blake has made it to. Oh, we got a new chat. Who's that? Oh, that's James Wright, I think.
James Wright, yeah.
That have anger issues. I have anger issues, but.
Oh God, do you want me to go on a list of people who I think have anger issues in HTL?
Bro, we'll be here till 3 a.m. Jesus Christ.
God, Hagen, love you, but you're one of them.
yeah, for sure.
I'm one of them.
Yeah,
okay,
even John Hagen said number one, John Hagen.
Just, you can yell all you want, right? Just don't key up. Annoy the people.
Do it in your chat. Yeah.
They deal with your ass already. Like, just annoy them more. You don't know how much shit I talk. I thank God for Tombstone Motorsports for hiding how much I shit talk all the drivers in the league. Because they just keep that to themselves. Because if I said that shit, God, I don't.
Team chat, yeah. Team chat is where it's at. I mean, we have it in A squared, and I know that as long as I don't hit that button on my steering wheel to go over the entire race comms, and that goes for HTL as well, I can talk as much shit as I want to. Like I know those. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck was this driver thinking? And nobody hears me except for my teammates. And
who's my top 5 angriest in HTL? Or is it in HTL or in general? Because I know who my number one's going to be. If it's not HTL. Kevin Feemster is the angriest person I think I've ever driven with.
Oh, yeah.
That one Daytona race I did in y'all's chat, I was like, Jesus Christ. I thought I was pretty mad on the radio. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Dude is...
You should have been in a couple of races in A squared where you weren't there, and he was. Well, a matter of fact, oh god damn! I wish Kent was still racing, but he's fucking throwing a football. He's throwing a baseball. I mean, he might be throwing a football. Hell, I don't know. He's throwing a baseball right now. But he got a penalty, and he asked Kent to clear it, and Kent was asking him questions. And he didn't clear it in time, so Feemster had to serve the 40-second penalty. And Feemster was like, this is fucking bullshit. You asked too many goddamn questions. All I wanted was my black flag cleared. And after the race, I was like, Feemster, you have got to shut the fuck up. And he's like, you got it, bud. And I'm like, okay, we'll see how long that lasts.
Oh, he said an HTL, okay.
Oh, Alyssa Sharp's got to be up there.
She is.
Oh, hell yeah.
She just has so much dumb shit happen to her that half the time you look back and she's like, oh. Like, there's one race. It was the Indy race. And thank God for Dustin Hall in my chat because he confirmed that it was real. Because she kept saying how every time she entered the pits, he was close. I'm like, you're just fucking speeding. Like, don't bullshit me. And then we looked after the race. No, she was actually getting a black flag every time she entered the pits because it was close. She is one of them. She's one of them. Hagen's one of them. Oh, God. Gibney's pretty bad.
Yeah, he can be bad.
There's also different levels of anger. Like,
for sure.
Susie and Hall will get pissed over the radio, but they aren't the types to like yell at you, if that makes sense. They'll just like cut deep.
Yeah.
It's hard because you race with people in a chat, and you hear the worst out of them. Like, I know you get pretty pissed over the radio too, but you get pissed in the team chat, not in.
Oh yeah.
Who am I missing?
Oh man, I'm trying.
Selena can get rough.
I'll tell you one that gets rough, and I don't know if he's done it in HTL, but Seth.
Oh yeah, Seth.
Yeah,
pissed.
Seth.
If you wreck Seth, and I love Seth, but I think I'm pretty bad too. I don't think I've worked on not keying up as much because I probably shouldn't because I'm an admin.
Yeah,
I get pretty bad. Dean gets pretty bad too.
Dean's bad. Well, you got. Didn't you get suspended for wrecking somebody? I mean,
no, I got wrecked.
Lily Frazier jumped me under
but
caution.
but didn't you do something else to get in trouble?
Yeah,
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
I knew this was going to come up at some point. I will give my full and honest opinion about this, completely unfiltered.
Oh hell yeah, let's do
Let
it.
me-
Let's
let me
do
take
it.
a
All right,
swig of
take a swig and yeah.
Okay. So, also, Callie's really bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, Callie's fucking awful to get pissed on the radio. I never gave an official top 5. I just listed people who were mad. All right. So I had a hotkey a while ago that was poking fun at Lily Sharp. And it was my VR headset died. And it was spelled MOI space VEEAHH headset and then died spelled DOID. And every time she'd complain or something like that, I just press 0. And there it was. And Josh Susie would always put lols with an exclamation point right after that. And I didn't think anything of it. It's actually Selena put it in pretty much exactly how I'd say
Yeah.
it. That's pretty much exactly it.
My VR died.
But I didn't think Sharp had a problem with it because at one point she started playing into it, and whenever I'd put it in, she would put, I forget what she'd put something right after it too. And I thought she thought it was funny. I'm like, all right, so we're fucking chilling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and this is just my opinion. I don't know what they actually thought of this. I may be wrong and misinformed because Lily, my main problem with the whole situation, if it did bother her, Lily Sharp never messaged me to stop.
Yeah.
She never said, hey, this bothers me, quit.
Yep.
But suddenly Lilac and Lily Frazier started saying all this shit that I should stop or whatever, and that is unprofessional. I'm like, well, maybe I probably should have stopped at that point, but I never got the message from Lily herself to stop that. I got a message saying put stuff behind us, but I was still pretty mad because Lily did wreck me quite a few times, or I got involved in a lot of her bullshit in HTL.
Yep.
So it came to a head at Miami, or because Lily Frazier kept saying week after week that she'd junk me whenever I said it, and she never did. And we started rubbing fenders at Miami, and I ain't gonna lie, this is why I got suspended. I started spamming it to piss her off. I was being a dick. Because I put it in there once and she started saying how she junked me, so I just started pressing 0 over and over and over and over again just to piss her off. And that was when she sideswiped me under green once, and that shot me down the track, and I put it a ton. And then that was when she slammed me into the inside wall under caution, and then I just started slamming 0, 0, 0, 0 to put it in, and then that's when she got booted. And this is the reasoning I got from the people who determined the penalties for everybody, which was, I believe it was Carmen, Alfred, Susie, Pendle, and Dean were the ones who determined it. And it wasn't because anything I necessarily aimed at Sharp, because Sharp never came forward to anyone that was in, I guess, power HTL, right? Got this chat blowing up at me. Oh, that's what you were typing.
Yeah. I told that bot to fuck off.
Hold on, do you know how much I heard her bitch about that thing? And honest to God, I also thought she didn't have a real problem with it until everything popped off. Yeah, see, I didn't think she had a problem with it either. Because at one point, like Selena said, I thought she played into it. So I thought it was all fine, right? But the reasoning I got from the people who determined the penalty which is once it was a community violation, which is like bigger than just a series admin would do. It was like a combination of a bunch of people. Usually it's just Carmen, but with a situation like this, it was a bunch of people. Like for example, the Jeremy Burrell situation that happened at Michigan, that was actually me and Al that had to do it, not Carmen, because it was her own car. But the reason I got was not because of anything I really did to Sharp. It was because I antagonized Lily Frazier, which I 1,000% did. I was such an asshole to Lily Frazier. So that is. I don't know if you have any more questions about that. That is my unfiltered whatever opinions about what happened there. That was my mindset. Which, no, once again, probably wasn't the best thing to do because I am, you know, you're the guy of ARCS and I'm the guy of HTL.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have done that, but I wasn't doing it maliciously towards Sharp. It was just kind of it was a meme. It's a joke. Like fucking my girlfriend says that still, because it's become that big of a joke in the HTL circles of my VR headset died, because that was the excuse she used. I don't know if it was excuse or actual. I don't know if it was an excuse or that's what was actually happening. Is that her VR headset died? But I never really knew that it bothered her. I literally never. If she ever messaged me saying that it bothered her at all, I would have stopped. I'm not like an evil person. At least I try not to think I am. You know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been there before. I've done some dumb shit in ARCS. I mean, I mean, look, we're all human beings, man. I mean, me, Blake. Look, we're owners of our respective leagues, but y'all have bad days. We have bad days. I mean, we have days where we're, maybe we went to work that day and work was a fucking bitch, and we get on the sim and we're responsible for everything that goes on in that race, and it's like, we're human beings too. Like, we may have had a shitty day. You had a shitty day. And you say something dumb, and we say something dumb. Like, I have 100% been in that situation before, and at least from on my shoes, where I'm pissed off before the race even starts. Luckily, I'm a little more okay with it because I get to race on Sundays instead of Mondays, so I didn't go to work on Sunday. But still, like, even if it's like a NASCAR race where Ryan Blaney gets fucking shafted at Indy because Kyle Larson gets to move up. I mean,
that was such bullshit.
Oh my god, yeah, don't even get me started on that. But just shit, even with a NASCAR race, and then I load into the race and I'm like, okay, now I have to fucking run this dump, this shit ass fucking A² race, and and then somebody runs me over and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, we are all human beings, like, regardless. And again, at the end of the day, yes, we're owners. We should take the high road, but some days we just
It's
can't.
hard not to.
Yeah, we just can't. Like, I have been there where I have set. Look, SNS, I've talked to Tommy Withers and Tristrand. They've had some dumbass fucking lobbies set up, and by the time they start on Saturdays at fucking 10 p.m., I'm drunk. I am fucking drunk. And I load into a Talladega.
So late to start the race.
Yeah, I load into a Talladega session, and they're doing single car qualifying at fucking 10 p.m. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like, this is, like, I understand doing single car qualifying at like 8. Okay, that's fine. It'll take 25, 30 minutes tops. Maybe even not that long, but just, to be safe. 20, 30.
Stuff.
Yeah, 20. You send 3 or 4 people out at a time. 20, 30 minutes tops. But we're starting on Saturday night at fucking 9:50 when qualifying, gets loaded in, and we're doing single truck qualifying at Talladega, and I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing? And then they're like, Ryan, you just are talking shit about. And I'm like, no, I'm not talking shit. Y'all fucked up the lobby, so I'm gonna say something. Like, so
Yeah.
I feel that
Like,
wholeheartedly because like I'm in your shoes, you're in my shoes. As an owner, you have to be like everybody looks at you for leadership. They look at you for making sure you are not being a problem. But the one time you are, by God, the whole league
which is
comes after you.
which is why I think partly, I guess subconsciously, I feel like I race like such a dick when I'm not in an HTL event.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I'm in an ABN thing or like even an ARCS thing, which I don't think I've been too bad in ARCS. Or it's part of the reason why I can't run leagues that aren't in the ABN sphere because I just start racing like such an asshole. Because you have an out, you
Mm-hmm.
have some place where you can take all the frustration you have from another league and be like, I can actually do something here. Like you can't, even if you move somebody out of the way in your own league, or even say like if I move somebody out of the way in ARCS or ABN, or you move somebody out of the way in HTL or ABN, because you are a leader in that sphere, you are looked at, you are under a spotlight at
Mm-hmm.
every given moment.
Every
And
race you're in.
every move you make, it doesn't matter. You have to be squeaky clean. I don't know. And the whole situation was hard because yeah, I'm the king of fucking up lobbies. I think there was a streak last year where I fucked up 5 lobbies in a row. It was rough. But like, yeah, Selena calls me, and I'll say it, but Selena calls me Blake Hitlerson, and it's funny. Does Selena think I'm Adolf Hitler? I would certainly fucking hope not. But, it's a joke, and that was why the Lily thing threw me through for a loop, because there was no warning that it was
Yeah.
messy. And James would be like a good person to ask because the James owns her car in HTL, and even James is like, it wasn't really like a big thing from there, and so I didn't. Oh no, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those things where like, if y'all put again, for anybody that has listened to this or may listen to this tomorrow, we have a lot of people that listen at work.
We hope not. God, this will last your whole fucking workday at this point. What are we in?
Yeah,
Three and a half?
yeah. If you show up at 7 a.m. at work, you'll be good till your fucking 10:30 a.m. break. But yeah, I mean, if y'all put yourselves in me and Blake's shoes, I'm telling y'all, this shit's not easy. It is not. I mean, I've never been. I mean, maybe I had Tom Sears on here once, and he's kind of helping me as an owner of ARCS, but he's not. In all honesty, Tom Sears is not there as much as I am. Me and
Hardly
Blake,
anyone is. There's
yeah.
only like a couple people, and I don't know if you're like me. You have like a right hand man you can rely on to be as much there as nearly as much as you are.
I mean,
Like I thank
Kent.
God I have Al, because I do think Al puts in more legwork than I do, especially with all the spreadsheets he does. But like when it comes to literal adminning, like there's a reason that me and Alfred are the quote unquote chairman
Mm-hmm.
of HTL, because he puts in as much work as I do, and why everyone else is either a cup admin or a truck admin or a community manager, because it's not realistic to ask other people to be there as much as you are and keep, a pulse on everything that's going. Like you have to manage, and I think y'all have way more people in your server than ours, but you have to keep a pulse on like 300 people every single fucking day, and like you have to worry about. Okay, you can't. Okay, for HTO, right? And I've done a really bad job on this. You can't leave the people who made you behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
The core you have, and I've done a bad job of that, which is I have left a lot of the people that made HTL behind. I've left Marcus, Bryce, Mutre, all these people I focused on other things for, but
It's so fucking hard, dude, because you have a million different people in there with a million different agendas. And like we touched on way earlier in this podcast, like, I don't even know what I was going to say. You can't make everyone happy. You have to, like, focus on what's the greater good in your eyes. Because you also have to keep yourself happy, but you gotta, like, if it were in my eyes, right, I'll be straight up with you. I hate the 3 overtime rule. I would rather have the unlimited. Like, I hate finishing a race under yellow. Fucking hate it. I know other people like that as a sort of neutering, I guess, like make sure the field doesn't get bad. I wish we had, I'm not trying to dunk on the field, but I guess I am, had the drivers, I guess, to fit the rules that we had in place. Because I think I touched on this earlier, like the reason I don't like F1 is I feel like they neuter their drivers from doing specific things for racing, you know, and I don't want to do that. Like, none of the admins in HTL like the ticket system. It's fucking ass, but it's what we're stuck with, and it does neuter drivers, but I don't want to do that. But also at the same time, you can't trust the drivers to just go out there and race because you sit there with a fucking Pocono that went into like 8 overtimes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this yet, but Pocono went to like 50 extra laps.
Yeah, like
Thank
42
God I wasn't there.
miles.
Yeah, like I wasn't there for that. I was plastered at that point because I was in California. But like, I had to wake up the next day and I was like, "Oh fuck, what the fuck happened?"
I mean, every league has those races where it's just like, you know what, this is awful. Like,
You know, it feels like the deeper you go into it, the less it becomes acceptable. And I know we're stuck to the point like, God damn, we've thrown the kitchen sink at it and it's still not working. What the fuck do we have to do to fix it?
yeah, that's how I feel about A squared too. I mean, we you know, I feel like HTL on Mondays, and I know y'all have other stuff, and I'm not trying to
one other thing pretty much, but
I mean, hell, I broadcast on Tuesdays for y'all, and that's been, I mean, I've enjoyed every moment of that because I don't have to do shit. I just show up. Eli has the lead. I'm basically Larry McReynolds. I just talk about shit that I see on the track, and I love it. Like, it's awesome. But, you know, comparing Sunday and Monday, HTL and A squared, we're very similar, man. I mean, honestly, it's
a lot of the same drivers.
Yeah, we have a lot of the same drivers. We have a lot of the same car counts. We have very similar tracks as far as, you know, they might be 3 or 4 weeks apart, but, you know, we may run Richmond.
Run the same track at some point in the schedule.
Yeah, and we, you know, next year, obviously, I'm retiring at the end of the year as a full-time driver, so I'm retiring.
I'm calling bullshit. You'll be back.
Yeah, well, we'll see, but it won't be as much as I'm racing now.
If you don't make a Daytona run for season 6 HTL, I will be butthurt. I'm
well, I mean, for fuck's sake, I'm gonna be at Daytona. I mean, yes.
If you don't make that's the one thing I think we got going is people from all around make that Daytona run for fucking no reason at all.
Hell yeah! I mean, yeah, you got to run that damn fucking qualifying race and try and make it in. Hell yeah, I'm in for that.
Even that, like, I have a charter, so I don't really have to worry about it. But that shit's stressful to look at other people. Like, I couldn't imagine. Well, man, I can't imagine because we had to do the Arrowhead 500. But like,
oh yeah, that was awful.
That shit is stressful trying to get in.
It is. I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, Sundays and Mondays, we're pretty much. I won't say we're the same league. We're not the same league. We're different. But yeah, it's very similar. And you know, we struggle with the same things y'all do. I mean, we have races where we have damn caution after caution after caution, and it's like all y'all have to do is just hold your damn line. Like, just be smart.
Don't be
yeah,
that's what HTL stands for.
Yeah, like,
is hold
the line. Yeah, hold the damn line. I mean, for fuck's sake, that's your whole goddamn league name. And, some people just can't do it.
And it
They
sucks
can't.
because we got like, if you ever seen the horse meme,
Mm-hmm.
where like the back of the horse is so detailed and drawn, and then you get to the front of the horse and it's like a 5-year-old drew it. That's an HTL race.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Carmen were talking earlier today. On ovals, we've ran 12 races so far, and obviously the 2 road courses we ran can't go into overtime because we don't really have any cautions on those.
Yeah.
8 of the 10 ovals we've ran this season have gone into overtime.
That's wild.
And yeah, and the only 2 were Miami. It's kind of hard to have a shit show in Miami, at least in Cup cars. And the other one was fucking Atlanta, which I don't know how that shit survived, but it's like I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah.
Because it's every race. The first 2 stages are brilliant. Some of the best racing some of the best product you'll see, right? But then we get halfway through stage 3 and it just turns to shit. And I'm like, man, I don't know what to do to fix it. Like, because I don't want to kick a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Like, has that crossed my mind? Absolutely. But I know if we kick a bunch of people, we go back down to 20 car fields and can't afford ABN, and then we're kind of just stuck.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have any ideas, let me know, because we've done everything you can possibly think of, and it just doesn't work.
Now we have problem childs in our series too. I mean, we have 3 or 4 people that every single night on Sunday nights they cause problems, and we had a penalty system that we kind of put into place this year where we had at-fault cautions and at-fault incidents. I've already told Kent, and everybody knows that next year those 2, because like let's say you wreck someone but it doesn't bring out a caution, that's an at-fault incident. Well, that's different than if you wreck someone and the caution comes out. That's now an at-fault caution. I told Ken, I said, next year, there ain't no difference. It doesn't matter if it's an at-fault incident or an at-fault caution. You get 5 of those motherfuckers, and after that, you're starting to lose points. And
well, here's the thing, and I'm going to be the anal guy about the rules because that's what I've had. I'm sure you've had to deal with it too. People are taking these gray area rules and turning them black and white, which is part of the problem we got right now.
yeah,
I'll take an incident that happened between me and Dean at Michigan that wasn't determined as a penalty-worthy offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
I came down like 4 lanes. This is when I was racing on a hot spot at Michigan because I didn't have our Wi-Fi put in yet. So I wasn't using my normal spotter, which is Crew Chief, which is a lot more accurate and a lot more detailed than the iRacing spotter.
Mm-hmm.
So I came down like 4 lanes, assuming there was no one below me. And I came down and I chopped his nose off, and he got sideways, but saved it and kept going. Like, he didn't spin out at all. He lost like 5 positions. Is that an at-fault incident? Because he never spun, a caution never came out, but he did lose 5 positions.
Yeah, so for us, anytime that a car gets a major disadvantage, so that's basically losing more than 1 spot, we classify it as an at-fault incident. That's how we've done it this year. Next year, again, it will be different because we're not doing at-fault incidents and at-fault cautions. It's at fault. Just period. So if you have 5 at faults, it doesn't matter if the caution comes out or if you wreck someone, and they don't cause a caution. 5 of those, and you're gonna start getting penalties. And the one thing that I love about HTL is the penalties that y'all give when they are deserving is so severe that it affects people so much. And that's what I told Ken. I was like, for next year, we need that. Like, if they do something stupid and wreck someone on purpose or drive through someone, we don't need to be giving out 5 10-point penalties. It needs to be a 30-point, 40-point penalty and an EOL the next race like y'all do, because I've seen some of y'all's penalty reports, and I'm like, that's what gets people like, okay, I'm not going to do this again because I just lost an entire race, basically, points, and I have to start at the back next race. Like, that's what gets people thinking, like, maybe I shouldn't drive like a dick anymore, like, and we struggle with that. I mean, that's something we struggle with this year, because even me as a driver, I know I only have 2 at-fault incidents and 1 at-fault caution. So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know what? If this guy's in my way, I can drive through his ass, cause a caution. That's only my
As a league owner, you're going to go every loophole.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that I can drive through this motherfucker. That's my second at-fault caution. Doesn't matter. Who cares? And there's other people that do it too. I mean, let's be realistic. People read through our rule books. John Hagan, I love you, buddy, but I know I've seen you skirt the rules. And there's others that do it too. It's not just John Hagan. That's just my first person that I threw out there.
In the chat, Sword. His name is just.
Yeah,
I mean, but this, dude. It's not sunshine and rainbows, dude. Our league hates the way we do penalties, primarily the ticket system, because the admins have gotten to the point where we cannot sit down on Tuesday or Wednesday nights for 4 or 5 hours going through every single incident that happened in a race. Yeah. That's why the ticket system is placed, and it started out great, but now it's turned into who can be the pettiest. It's now we're stuck on, well, what do we do now? Because now we're going back to, well, Bobby Blowers actually mentioned this to me in another league he did, which is something called penalty points. So if you cause this, if you cause this penalty, or if you cause an incident right in a race, you get 1 penalty point. If you get to 2 penalty points, you get like an EOL, and it keeps going. But if you have a clean race, that penalty point goes down by 1. Mm-hmm. And that's something we did in season 2 that did work, kind of. But fucker, it took us like 5-6 hours to get through. And we're like, I'm not doing that shit. And I feel like your rules, my rules, they can work. You just have this. You have to have the right people in the league for it to work. And there's been a lot of ideas in HTO on what to do next season, because obviously, even though we have these heavier penalties, it's not really working, because we have 8 out of our 10 ovals so far have gone to overtime. Mm-hmm. And that's what's killing us with sponsors, is that people don't want to sponsor a race that they know is going to go to shit with 15 to go. Yeah. And it's just like, fuck, what do we do?
What do you do?
I've thought about maybe doubling, because this is what we did with penalty points. If you cause a race in the last 15 laps, or just like the last 5 laps of a race, your penalty doubled. Yeah. And our penalties with that is severe. And like you said, we do have severe penalties. If you cause 1 incident, you don't get a warning. If it's just a standard wreck, obviously, you do get the EOL and whatever. But if you cause 2 incidents in an entire season, that's automatically 15 points in the EOL. 3, that's 30 in a pit road start. 4, I believe that's 45 in a suspension. And then 5, you're done. Yeah. You have to do a whole ass season in the trucks before you can
come back.
Yeah. And to be fair, there is differences, like avoidable incident, which is a shitty way to say something, I'll be honest, but because anything can be looked at as avoidable, we need to change that, which I think we're going to change that when the playoffs come around. But like if you do one avoidable incident and 1 ARC break, those aren't going to compile if they are in different races. But like we have a system in our mind that these penalties are consistent, but we can't apply them consistently across the board because we're not going to go and look through all these races, because none of us have time to anymore.
Yeah, that's one. That's one thing that I mean that and Lurkin Tom Gaming was in the chat just a little bit ago, and hell, we had 8 viewers there for a second there at fucking almost 2 a.m. So that's wild. But I mean, we do for Sundays when the race is over. All of the admins go to the chat and we review every goddamn incident for the entire race on Sunday night. All of us have work in the morning, but we're in there reviewing every incident. And I I don't think drivers understand what we put into it. And I know y'all put a lot into y'all's. Obviously, you're not reviewing it the night of, but you still have tickets that get turned in, that you still have to go back and review. We're doing it the night of. We're doing it like as soon as the race is over. The 5 admins of A Squared, we're in that chat. We're in the hauler. We're looking at every goddamn incident that happened from the green flag to the checkered. And we're staying up until, if the race ends at 10:30, we're up till 12 looking at incidents. And, I just want drivers to know, like,
it's hard.
It is difficult. Like, we're trying. We're not trying to bias anyone. We're not trying to, single anybody out. Y'all finish the race and you get to go to bed. Like, you get to go to bed after the race is over. Maybe the race finishes at 9:55 p.m. You're like, okay, well, I finished 12th. I'm gonna go to bed. The admins, we don't get to go to bed. It's 9:55. Now we got to get to work, and now we have 2 hours of footage to review, and we have to review that footage. Because if we don't, then that penalty report, at least for A Squared, doesn't get posted because we didn't review all of the incidents and all of the actions. And then on top of that, after we post that penalty report, we have 90% of the drivers appeal their penalty, which some of them, I have no idea why some of these drivers appeal their penalties, because you just drove through a motherfucker and you're going to appeal it. So whatever, it's fine. We'll put a chat up. But just, for drivers that are listening, for God's sake, we finish the race and our jobs are not done. And Blake's the same way. Like, his job's not done. When the race is over, his job's not done. He's got people pissed off. I've got people pissed off in ARCS. We have.
You know how many people DM me after a race?
Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm like, what do you want me to do about it right now? Because this is one thing we stopped doing. We told ourselves, and this is kind of shitty because it starts taking up other nights of your week. Because you do have to sit there you have to dedicate about 7-8 hours of your life on a day.
For sure. Yeah.
But what we used to do, which is, I don't know if it was better or worse. After the race, we would compile some incidents and all that, right? And, but we told ourselves we are not going to review any incidents in full and start talking penalties the night of, because we felt like we were too hot. We were going to be biased. We were going to be mad, especially if one of us got wrecked out, right? We were going to view it a lot more harshly than what we normally would. And that's part of the human error, but still we decided, hey, we're not going to do this until Tuesday or Wednesday night. And so now you're looking at shit. And now I have 3 days of my life, 2 nights of my life.
Yep.
That are fucking gone because I have to review these dumbasses fuck ups on track that are completely avoidable. And like I said, I don't know if that's better or worse than what you guys do, but that's part of the reason why we stopped. And now we just, I wish I wanted the ticket system to work, because we took it from a league. And I feel like that's what most leagues do. You just take stuff from other leagues that works. We took it from this F1 league called NSS, and for some of you HTLOGs may remember a Nate Blankenship that was our race control for a while. He did it for free. We love Nate. Nate Blankenship is also the owner of BFL, so the guy who sponsors the Charlotte races. But he owned, along with somebody else from the Heat days, owned an F1 league, and that's what they did. And what they would do was someone would submit the ticket or whatever, and they would bring in the people they were doing the ticket against, have them talk it out, and then the admins would talk to both parties in there and determine a penalty.
We tried doing that, and it was working. Honestly, it's shitty, but when Meredith was fucking putting in all the tickets, it was actually working better than what it is now, because now everything's super duper inconsistent. And now it seems biased, when it's really not. Just some people either don't feel like putting in a ticket or don't put in a ticket because they do see it was a fuck up, or they actually talk it out with the person. But some people are putting in tickets on every single person that touches them ever.
Mm-hmm.
So even though I think our penalties themselves are solid, the way we go about them isn't the best, and we're trying to figure out how to fix that, because even if we penalize every incident, it still doesn't fucking work. So I don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, and that's where, I mean, like I said, I like y'all's system, but when you give, it is, because when you give every driver the opportunity to submit a ticket, let me tell you right now, I've been run over in A squared multiple times, and if I had the opportunity to turn in a ticket, I would do it 3 times per race. But the way we do it, we don't allow that. We go through every incident in the race, throughout the race, and we look at everything. We look at the whole race, everything that goes on. We look at every caution, every at-fault incident, which luckily Matthew Kent keeps up with. If he wasn't there, it would be rough, because I wouldn't be able to keep up with that because I'm in the car. And you know, we keep up with that shit, and we look at every incident. We determine what driver is at fault. We determine, what driver was causing the caution. I mean, it's crazy that we have that many incidents or that many cautions sometimes in some races, but I feel like it seems to work out for us, but I do like I'm like hit or miss. Like, I like the ticket system, but again, with ticket system is like just drivers. So our system is like the drivers are eliminated from the conversation. We look at.
Excuse me.
Oh shit! Mine wasn't as good as yours, but we look at
I don't have many that good. That was a pretty good one.
We look at every incident throughout the race, and then when people are like, "Hey, did you look at lap 76?" We're like, "Yeah, it was on we looked at it. It wasn't, But it's like, y'all have a great system. I like that. I like the system y'all have, but y'all have flaws to y'all's system. We have flaws to our system, and it's like, if we could ever figure out that perfect system that works for everyone,
which there never will be.
There won't be, because you'll always have that one dumbass that's like, oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Oh, no, I don't agree. And,
like, we went from having a rule book that wasn't, how do I say it? It wasn't enough, There wasn't enough in there. It was like a 3-page rule book. And then we went to, like, I think our rule book is now 20 pages long.
Yeah.
I was like, is it too much? Because I think I touched on this earlier, is that you're running into, you have a bunch of different people from different racing backgrounds, Like, because the open wheel, the people with open wheel backgrounds want it to be this way, and they want it to, I guess, be a lot more strict, right? Because that's how open wheel racing is. But then you have people from stock car racing or maybe dirt racing backgrounds. They want it to be a lot more free, like how it is in NASCAR. And would I love to have a NASCAR type rulebook? Absolutely. But let's face the facts. We don't have as talented of people in NASCAR. First of all, we're not risking millions of dollars worth of equipment. So people aren't worried about self-preservation anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And 3, iRacing is the best racing sim out there right now, but it's not fucking perfect by any means. You cannot rub and race like you can in real life. If you touch somebody, they shoot 10 feet to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing me and Al have talked about a lot, is that what a lot of people lack is self-preservation in a car. Like, yeah, you see this car coming at Mach fuck, right? They are making some dumbass moves. Is it a good idea to block them when you've seen they've made some aggressive moves, or pinch them because you've seen them push tight every single corner? No.
Yeah.
It's not a good fucking idea, because you know what they're going to do? They're going to push tight into you and turn you and wreck both of you.
Yep.
Is it their fault? Yeah. But could you have avoided it by not pinching them in the corner? Also,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
You gotta. This is the way I try to race, which, you know, I obviously do need to work on it, like I think everyone does. But you look at these situations, like, maybe it's not the best idea that I block them. Race them hard, sure. Don't fucking roll over and die for your position, but you got to look at how they're racing, and specifically who you're racing against. And I mean, fuck, you race these people. Sorry. There it is. You race these people a lot of the weeks out of the year. You get to know their tendencies. And you know that they like to do this at this point of the race. Don't do the thing that you know they cause wrecks over.
Yeah.
And I wish a lot of people would learn that, instead of trying to gain positions and pass as many people as you can, which I know is fun and you want to do all that. And I'm bad at trying to pass as many people as possible in a short amount of time and burn off my fucking tires because I don't know how to save a right front, but I don't think anyone else knows how to in the next gen.
Yeah.
Preserve on keeping yourself alive.
Yeah.
Like, one person I notice that does this a lot, that people don't really think about because I think he's a roadblock, is Gary Donaldson is really fucking good at keeping himself alive and not wrecking a race.
Yep.
And yeah, he might seem a little slow to a lot of people, but guess what? He doesn't really wreck a whole lot. And he comes out, you look at his stats. I'm trying to find it right now if I can ever find his stats. Like, his average finish is so much better than people think it is. Like, his average finish is like, I don't know. This season it hasn't been the best, but usually it's pretty fucking good. Like, his average finish is like 15th. And people don't think he's a 15th place driver. But you know what he does? He keeps himself out of trouble and lets people by and capitalizes on other people's mistakes. If people did that a lot more and put aside their egos, yeah, fucking Selena said he drives like he's on salary pay is his favorite line of all time. Yeah, he is. But guess what? How many incidents do you see Gary Donaldson cause?
Yeah.
And I may be a little biased because he is on my team, but like, and I'll admit I am openly biased towards my team. This is why I don't rule on my team sentiments. But you don't. It's the same shit you put in presidential. Keep yourself out of trouble and you will get decent results.
Yep.
You may not win races that way, but fuck.
She also gave you a 7 out of 10 and me a 3 out of 10. So I think she needs to exit the chat.
What?
I don't know.
No, she needs to stay her ass in here.
Exit the chat immediately, ASAP. Look,
No, stay.
this is only my 26th episode. So, the burp. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you were comparing the burps. Yeah, that burp was not a good one from me. Okay, I thought you were comparing our podcast skills, and I'm like, Blake has never hosted a podcast in his life, so don't. Oh, okay. All right. False. He had a podcast, but it wasn't as successful. Look, my podcast, okay, my podcast is the biggest podcast, the hugest podcast you've ever seen.
Everybody listen.
Everybody.
Tell me, this Ryan Pennell kid, he's got a good podcast. It's what everybody's telling me.
He's telling me.
He's very professional. Everybody's telling me.
It's the greatest. Everyone tells me it's the great. And look, we didn't mean to get into politics, but that's just. It's.
I did. Ryan, who are you voting for? No.
I'm voting for Ryan Blaney.
Fuck yeah, dude. Jonathan Hassler ticket.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my God. Does anybody ask any more questions? That burp was weak. Look, Lurkin, you can fucking suck my Bush Light.
We need some questions in chat. We are like at the peak.
We're at like. This is the look, Blake. I'll tell you right now. You have set the record. This is the longest podcast I have ever done in my life. All right, we're closing in on 4 hours. All right, so
I'm finna set an unbeatable record, bro. No one's coming
no,
to this.
bro, no one. Look, I started this podcast at 10 p.m. and I was thinking, okay, yeah, we'll probably be done about 11:30, 12. It's goddamn 2:02 in the morning. What the fuck?
What do I prefer, Xfinity, Cup, or Truck in iRacing or in real life?
And
That's kind of
yeah, in Xfinity. I mean, in iRacing, I love Xfinity. Both. That's not the right answer.
in iRacing. Honestly, I've grown so accustomed to the Cup car, so I guess that's my de facto favorite. Is because I've ran it so much. Xfinity's all right. I don't like it at certain places. I actually like their plate racing all right, but I'm kind of mid everywhere else. I really liked the trucks before the update. I really don't like the trucks in the new update. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because of how I maybe it's because I like the next gen car, which I'm one of the few. I don't know. It doesn't vibe with me, and I think Ryan has noticed ever since that next gen or that new truck update came out, kind of stopped racing a whole lot in trucks because it's not that fun to me anymore. I don't know. In real life, I don't know. I think Xfinity is pretty cool in real life.
I would say Xfinity for both, honestly. Like, I love Xfinity in real life, and I love Xfinity in iRacing. Like, that car, it is so much fun to drive. Like, you can get loose, you can get tight. Like, it's wild. So, Lurkin Time Gaming with a fucking banger of a question. So
before we go on, I need to flex for a little bit here.
Yeah.
I need to flex.
Put your hat on.
We're changing the hats to the goated championship.
Hell yeah. So Lurkin said, because he is an owner of ARCS, me and him are both owners. He's kind of my right-hand man. He's saying describe the kind of the temperament. I think he said temperature, but I think he meant temperament of the races. How does HTL members, how do they race each other? Is everyone friends? Do y'all hang out? Like, what's that kind of look like for the HTL side of things? No. His answer is no.
No. Alfred says this a lot, that HTL is probably the closest you can get to NASCAR in real life, for better and for worse. Mostly for the worse, because we used to be all friends, but we're not all friends anymore. Like, I know you missed the first part of the podcast, but I did mention we used to hang out. We used to talk a lot and bullshit and play other games together, but it's just not that way anymore. You get there on Monday nights and you're there at a race, and yeah, you are friends. I'm trying to figure out how to put this because it's going to be a little different. Man, I got a sudden boost of energy. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I think it's a lot different for me, and it's going to be different for Ryan too, because we are the face and people kind of have to know us. But no, I'm going to say most of the people don't. They're not friends. They don't hang out. This is HTL, I believe, is purely competitive. You are there to do as good as you can or learn what you can from people who are better than you. Because I have no shame in admitting I'm nowhere near the best in the league. I just know how to pass people. I just don't know how to keep on to positions. And that's what I'm trying to learn. I feel like you're friends with the people you are in a team with. I feel bad for the people that don't have a team, because I really feel like you're on an island. And the longer you are in the league, the more you start to know people. But there are people. There's two sides of people. There are people that are active in Discord, so you're going to know more people. And then there's people who lurk. And I know some people have complained that when they have tried to reach out and be a part of the community, they are kind of
denied. No one really responds to them because they are outside the circle that is. I'm not going to say circle because this is a really fucking hard question because it's fuck.
It's
It's
tough.
a really fucking good question. I wish you asked me this 4 hours ago.
Yeah, when we weren't drunk out of our minds. We have 9 viewers at 2:07, by the way, Blake. So this is probably the best podcast I've ever done in my life. So congrats, bud. I don't know either. I mean, obviously HGL is coming in clutch with the viewership, but Jesus Christ. I mean,
I do feel like it's different circles,
it is.
like
for
these
sure.
people are friends with these people, and then these people are friends with these people, but also this group of people is going to really dislike this person, while this group of people is going to like this person but dislike this person. It's very clicky, and I do feel like if you are and it's clicky, it's not like, okay, I'm going to stay, okay, Ryan, for example, right? He is gonna It's not like you are part of one circle. Ryan's probably part of 2 circles in HTL. He is part of the Tombstone Motorsports Unforgiven group, but he's also part of the ARCS group that came into HTL. That's kind of what you are stuck in, right? You are stuck in your team and where you came from. Like people that came from HTL, they are HTL, blood. They're gonna stick with each other. And then they're going to stick with their teams. That's kind of like, I'm obviously going to stick with if I were not an admin, I'd be stuck with my Tombstone people, and I'd be stuck with the OGs of HTL, which there's not many left. And then you kind of start making your own. When you start getting deeper, you start making friendships, and no, they're not with people outside. Like, I do have some friends in Lady Liberty, and I don't like some people in Lady Liberty. I talk with some people in Stepping Stone, and I don't like some people in Stepping Stone. I have no problem admitting that. That's just kind of. I hate to compare it to high school, but it kind of is.
It is.
You stick with
100%.
your group of people. Like if you weren't, like for me, you kind of grew up with the people you came from your middle school that you went to that high school with, and then you say I was in broadcasting and film, right? I would stick with those people. Same thing if you went to this other school that came into the high school with, you stick with a lot of those people because that's what was familiar for you. And then you start making new friends. If you're a football player, you'd start making friends with the football player. And sure, you might have friends that are outside of where you came from and outside of football, right? But that's still your main group. I don't know if that makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Selena, am I your friend? I feel weird answering that because you were 15. So I tolerate you. No.
Hey, that counts. Yeah, that's one of the things that, I mean, honestly, look, there's a lot of things in ARCS that we don't do well, but I mean, there are nights where we, and even Carmen's been in there with us, and we get on Discord and we play poker. Like, we literally play poker till 2 a.m. in the morning. There's been some nights after my podcast ended, after not 4 hours, Blake, but
I don't think this is gonna happen tonight, buddy.
yeah, we play poker tonight, but when my podcast ended after an hour, we would get on damn Discord and we'd play poker and we'd hang out and we'd just talk about shit. We'd talk about NASCAR. We'd talk about, we would just talk about anything. And that, to me, those moments, those nights where you have, 9 or 10 people. I mean, hell, we had a night where 4 or 5 of us played PGA 2K23 golf together. Like, that, to me, because I really do feel like ARCS does a great job of escaping the racing. Sometimes you have to escape the racing, and we do a damn good job of escaping the racing sometimes, and just, it might be a Wednesday night, it might be a Saturday night, it might be a Sunday mid-afternoon, But we get together and it's like, hey, y'all want to play some golf? Yeah, let's play some golf. Or y'all want to play some poker? Hell yeah, let's play some poker. That makes me so happy that ARCS members, and it may only be 7 or 8 people, it may be 10 people, it may be 12 people, but
you don't
make
people who feel like coming in that are maybe outsiders feel a little awkward for doing so.
Exactly. Like we go in and we're like, you know what? Let's come play. Y'all come play some poker. We're having fun. And I'm not saying that HTL doesn't have that, because obviously I'm not looking at y'all's Discord at all times. But that to me is like, that is so cool. Like, and I feel like ABN even doesn't have that. Like, there's some leagues that just, it is strictly business. It's race. ARCS is definitely race. But on that 6th or 7th incident, we're playing poker, we're playing PGA golf. I mean, I played golf with Carmen and Dale Markowski, and we're just having fun, man. And that, to me, again, like I said, I've already made my announcement in ARCS. For those of y'all that are not in ARCS, I'm retiring at the end of the year. I'm not racing anymore. I'm out. Yeah, quotations. I'm out. Quotations. But
I don't believe it.
Those nights where you just get to hang out with friends and just drink a couple beers and play poker or play PGA golf, or, we played Rocket League one night. I mean, that shit, man, that is irreplaceable. I mean, it is.
It is, and it's something HTL lost.
Yeah.
Along the way, where like I said, I'm not trying to boast us, because I don't think this is necessarily like a compliment. I think it could be an insult too, because it's something that I think NASCAR in real life struggles with too. Like, the garage isn't together at all, and that's something that HTL struggled with, is that we used to be that. We used to have, and I think something that really helps y'all is y'all have leagues on college football, Madden. Y'all play MLB together. You'll play a bunch of whatever games together, right? And that's something we used to do. We used to have the Madden League. We had when the Forest came out. I don't know if you remember that game. We had a whole group of us that played that. But somewhere along the line, it did become, this is a fucking business.
Yeah.
And it became race. This is all it's about. You fucking race. You do all you fucking can during a race to do as good as you can. If someone fucks you over, you hate them.
Yeah.
And then that's
you
not
log out. Yeah.
You log out, hold that grudge till the next 17 and a half weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And no one talks anything out anymore. And if you try to talk it out with somebody, they just end up getting more mad at you. So you're like, fuck it, I'm just not going to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And race like a dick. That is something that HTL has struggled with, and it doesn't. I probably shouldn't say this, but we're here.
We're 4.5 hours in. All bets are off at this point.
HTL does not feel like a community. It does not feel like a group of friends. It doesn't feel like someone you could, like it used to be, where you could talk about your problems till 2:30 in the morning about,
Yeah.
It has become that strictly business place, for better or for worse. Like, are we more successful than we probably ever have been? Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
But at what cost did we do that to like I said, it's just circles. You stay in your circle, you have preconceived notions about the rest of the league because you're stuck in your circle. And not to bring politics into this, but it does feel like a lot of the political world, are you stuck in your circle and you don't really understand the other side of the aisle. But if you had that one conversation with the other side of the aisle, you would have a better understanding of what's going on. But that just, it just doesn't happen. It does make me sad, because that is what is what HTL used to be. Like, dude, we fucking raced in heat. We raced 3 nights a week.
not
Yeah.
different series. It was the same series.
Yeah.
We would go through like a 36 race schedule in like 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were all so dedicated to it and had so much fun. Even if you were racing us 3 nights a week, you would go on after it and just bullshit on whatever game you had in a party chat with everyone in the league.
Yep.
And you would be with each other every night of the week, and it did feel like a family, but we're not that anymore.
Yeah.
Because
And
that part of it is because we don't, and I'm sure y'all have a lot of OGs. We don't. We have day one of Heat. I think there's 3 people still left in the league, and that's me, DJ Anderson, which is he is an admin, but he just has personal stuff going on with his schedule that's changed, and Zach Apperson. Those are the only day one people left, and there's some people from Heat still there, like Gary Donaldson, but a lot of the people that we considered OGs just aren't there.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like ARCS has been blessed, because we have probably 90% of our OG members are still kicking. They're still around, and I don't know. I don't know if that's. I'm not taking credit for that, but like the fact that happened, it's just. I mean, it's just a roll of the dice that we got lucky enough to have, 80%. I mean, Lurkin Tom, Richie Catania, Thomas Andrews, Donald Ray. I could just list off names that they're still here with us till this day. And those motherfuckers were with us when we started, and I wasn't even keeping points for A squared. And they're still here. Like, that's wild. Like, the fact that has happened, again, I am so blessed that I have so many OG friends that are still in my league, in my Discord, that I can talk to almost nightly. But the one thing that I feel like puts ARCS kind of different from any other league is we are a family. Like, we really are. It's a lot of leagues say, oh yeah, we're a family. And it's like, yeah, well, are you? But and again, at the end of the day, we still have members that are new. They don't know what ARCS really means. They don't know what ARCS really is. But by God, we have about 75% of our Discord members that those motherfuckers have been with us from day 1, day 2, day 3. And I really do feel like that's what kind of puts us above every other league. Again, I'm not trying to compare myself to anyone by any means, but we have
You're not telling a lie. That's the thing. You're being truthful.
Yeah, we just have so many original guys. Like we said, the OGs that are still racing with us to this day. And that makes me really happy. Like, because, when you get new members in, you're like, okay, yeah, you got a new member in, or, you got this new guy, he's fast. And of course, yeah, I love racing fast people because it makes me faster. But
exactly,
those OG people, man, you can't beat the people that built your league that are still there racing with you 4 years later. That's, to me, what has made ARCS so fucking successful is the people that have been with us since day one are still here. And I feel bad. I hate that you don't have that, because I've just gotten lucky. I just got lucky as hell, because all of my members that have been there since day one, they are still there. They are racing. Lurkin Tom is racing for championships. Thomas Andrews just won a championship not long ago. These guys have been with us since we started. And, man, that shit is so fucking cool to me. And that's something that obviously you said that HCL has struggled with. A lot of leagues have struggled with that. ARCS has been very, very successful in keeping the main people. When we started this whole shit, when COVID was a thing, when you couldn't leave your house, if you left your house, you would get a damn, fine in the mail. And we were all there then, and 4 years later, we are still all here now. And that, I mean, man, that's something that you can't ask for. I mean, you put on these great, races, you put on these awesome performances. Yeah, I mean, Pocono was, y'all ran 85 miles in overtime, but,
like 160 miles.
But, I mean, this, I have been so blessed with how ARCS has progressed. And look, man, I didn't want this thing to be what it is now. I really didn't. I didn't think it was. I didn't expect it. Exactly. You're the same way. You don't expect. I mean, we have 350 drivers in our Discord. I'm sure y'all are probably close to us, right there. With 200-300. Oh, okay. Well, you got a little work, but yeah, you'll get there.
Well, it's like I was just wanting to look at the starts, just total cup starts, right?
Yeah.
And I look at people like, yeah, I consider Gary an OG who has the third most starts in Cup, not anything else. And Alfred has the second most, and he's an OG, but he wasn't a heat guy. I met him in iRacing. But I look at like Shad Swatsworth and Matthew Boone are 4th and 5th in total amount of starts in Cup. And you don't consider them OGs. You still consider them these new guys on the block. And you're like, holy fuck, dude, they've been here forever. It's like, and you consider these people OGs. And you don't consider these people OG. Like, dude,
they haven't been there.
Alyssa Pelletier-Sharp has the 3rd most starts in all of HTL.
Oh.
And I don't think she joined until season 3. Which is like a year and a half ago. That's
wild.
And Josh Gamon's like 5th.
Yeah.
Like, you don't consider these people. Like, okay, in total starts, me and Alfred are tied with 141. Lily has 96 starts. Gaiman has 92 starts. And like, in my mind, I don't consider these people
like OGs. Yeah.
And they're fucking are at this point, and it's crazy to me. Like, the all-time leader in wins in heat raced some in iRacing, but he's not. Hunter Whitlock isn't here anymore. I know people are going to flip their shit that Hunter Whitlock was the win leader in heat, but like, these people they're not here anymore, and it's
they disappear. I mean,
along the way, you miss these. Like, I remember, like, you'd have these conversations with people until shit. There was one time multiple times where I'd stay up until 7, 8, 9 in the morning talking to these people in heat, and I'm like, I know that shit will probably never happen again.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how like important or key that was at the time. And now I'm hearing, I'm like, fuck, dude. When we race, I get off, and that's it. Like, even my own team, I don't.
You never know when they're going to get back on, man. I mean, you really don't.
The last legit conversation we had in Tombstone Motorsports was 20 days ago.
Yeah.
And that would never be like that now. Hell, the person I talk to the most in HTL isn't even on my fucking team.
Yeah. So, funny story. So, when we were on heat, I sent, Seth, this is a Seth story. I sent Seth like 12 invites to our.
Is Seth an OG?
Seth is Seth's definitely an OG for sure. He came in a little late, but he was definitely an OG. I sent him like, I raced with him in an online lobby. And I was like, yeah, that dude, I could tell. Like, because you can tell. When you're on an online lobby, who's got some skill and who doesn't. So I was like,
talking about heat or an iRacing?
This is in heat. This is still in heat.
Yeah, and heat, you can definitely tell
Oh,
who's good.
for sure. So
It's a little harder to tell in iRacing, but
oh yeah, because you don't know, because they could be running clean and then they just run through somebody. But
I mean, shit, I run different officials than I do in
oh yeah,
poster leagues.
for sure. So Seth, I saw Seth. His gamer tag was, I think it was like Seth Wansing 9 or something. I don't know. But anyway, I was like, I invited him to parties. I invited him to my chat, and he wouldn't reply. He wouldn't. Yeah, Seth Dub 9. Thank you, Lurkin. His gamer tag was Seth Dub 9. And he finally, one night, I invited him to a party, and he joined. And he was like, hey, what do you, like, why do you keep inviting me? I'm like, hey, man, I was just saying, like, we have a race that we're going to do tonight. If you want to be a part of it, we're just having fun. Like, if you want to come race with us. And he's like, I don't know, man. I don't want to be committed to anything. Like, I just, I don't want to disappoint you. And I'm like, look, I was like, what's your name, buddy? He's like, it's Seth. I'm like, look, Seth, just come race with us. Just, if you don't like it, you don't have to come back, but just come race with us. And he was like, well, when's y'all's next race? And I was like, well, we're going to run next Sunday. And he was like, okay, I'll be on. Send me an invite. I'll race with y'all. And I was like, okay. So we got back on the next Sunday night. I'm setting up the lobby. I send him an invite. He comes in. I ask him to join our party, which at the time, Xbox parties could only hold like, I think, 8 or 10 people or at the time.
That's about what PlayStation was.
Yeah. So he came in with us and he was like, hey, everybody, I'm new, so just please cut me a break. And we're like, Seth, you're fine. Just run your race. And he was like, after the race was over, he messaged me. He was like, I had so much fun. Thank you for inviting me. I'd love to do it again. And then Seth was in ARCS. Well, it wasn't ARCS at the time. It was A Squared, but he was in ARCS. And now Seth is a huge member of not only ARCS, but also HTL. He runs, HTL when he can. But, I mean, that...
You run full time.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, like, me just going after somebody that I knew was going to be a great dude, and now me and Seth, I mean, we're great friends. I mean, after 4 years of this bullshit, it's like, man, what would have happened if I didn't send him that invite? Like, I would have never met Seth. I would have never known Seth. And it's like, that's wild to me. Like, I sent one invite to some random ass fucking stranger from Kansas City, Missouri, and now that dude is one of my best friends. Like,
it's crazy how these simple actions that you didn't think of much at the time would make these
would change your life. Like
I remember DJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anderson, not Trout. I don't really know Trout. I remember he was just one of those people that just carried over from that original league in Heat. That just, he was the guy that couldn't race like 2/3 of the races. He was only available one night of the week. But, he still raced. And then all these years later, which is fucking crazy to think about. What's nutty is that he had a kid right at the start of HTL. And that kid's 4 fucking years old now.
Yeah.
And I got the opportunity to meet him a few weeks ago, and it's surreal once you start meeting these people. And with Marcus Chafin, he was the first dude I met from all this stuff, and I'm like, dude, some random dude brought you into this league, and you won the first race you were in, and then we're just in it, and you were even through all the drama and shit that happened, because I'm sure it's the same thing with you. The Heat drama was fucking weird.
Yeah, it is.
And you're like, bro, I consider you one of my best friends, just based off of some stupid ass video game. And it's these simple actions that, like I said, you don't think of much at the time that it alters the course of your life and it alters the course of their life without you
even knowing it.
about it. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. It changes how you view things, but
Yeah.
when you talk to these people, you're like, because you start talking to these people all over the country, and you're like, well, maybe I start thinking about this way, and fuck, I got to meet this dude from California. I got to meet this dude from Michigan.
Yep.
I got to meet this dude from Massachusetts. It's like, dude, there's one dude in Heat named Mattman621, known as Matt Crossman. He hasn't raced with us in iRacing, but the dude got me pit passes for the Atlanta race a few years ago, just because he worked for a truck team at that time.
Hell yeah.
And that's how I got to meet Mason Massey. That's how I got to meet Timmy Hill, just based off of some dude I raced with in Heat. And I'm not trying to boast. I'm just saying, like, these simple actions that you don't think of, like, change the course of what you think. Like, and another one, and I know this is a touchy subject, but like meeting Carmen and ABN. Like, I know you're probably in the same boat as me from Georgia. I didn't really know a whole lot of transgender people.
Yeah.
I worked with one transgender person, and I didn't even know they were trans. But me meeting all these trans people, I completely, I'm not going to say I was transphobic before, but it changed the perception I had of transgender people, and just realize it's the same thing I think that gay people went through in the early 2010s and late 2000s, that you start realizing, hey, these are just normal people.
Yeah, they're just
like me and you. And it's like I said, these random things that just change your perception of everything
for sure.
that you wouldn't think of.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I gotta give a shout out to MX5 all day. I don't know who that is, but they rated our stream.
I'm so sorry.
They rated our stream, and we had 18 viewers, bro. We have 14 viewers right now. Like,
that's fucking crazy.
I mean, this dude, you might have the best podcast of all time. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't fucking know why, dude. I just yap. This is how I am with everyone I meet. They say I'm just a professional yapper.
I am too. I am too. But no, I feel the same way. I feel the same way that you. I mean, when I first met Carmen, it was Clayton. Like, he at that time, he had not made his transition to Carmen. And look, man, at the end of the day, yes, I'm from Georgia, and me being a southern boy, buy a fucking beer.
Put that out. Division 1 yapper.
I'm from Georgia. I'm a southern boy. Look, man, I don't give a shit what you do. Look, we're all human beings. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm a dude, and that's what I choose. But if you want to change, if you want to do if you feel like you are not who you want to be, and you want to change that, I am the first person to be like, look, that is, it's you. Like, I'm not you. I'm not in your body. I'm not in your mind. I'm not gonna be by God, I'm not gonna be the first person that says, no, that's wrong. No, fuck that. If you don't want to be who you were born, I mean, that's not me. That's not my judgment call. That, me as Ryan Pennell, I'm me. I'm going to be me. But if Clayton wants to be Carmen, I would never in my life be like, yeah, that's bullshit. Everyone has an option to do whatever the hell they want to with their life. That is, 100%.
I come from, and people in here might not, and if they've listened to the whole podcast, they would. I come from historically one of the most racist cities in America.
Yeah.
Like, I lived in it wasn't as bad when I was growing up, but still historically, I'm from a sundown town you know? And coming from where I come from, I do think some of it is hatred. I will give you that. But I do think some of it is just pure ignorance, you know? And I feel like there's a lot of fear mongering going out there that they fall for the rage bait. But if you have just not a relationship, but like a friendship or talk with someone who is not in the same side or aisle or whatever background that you are, that completely changes your perception on opposite
100%.
people.
Yep.
You know, like you look at things like, this is so trivial to worry about. Like, you're really concerned about who people sleep with.
Yeah.
You're concerned about like the color of someone's skin. You're concerned about what someone identifies as. That's your main concern in life. That's your main concern in life, is that? Other than all these fucking awful problems we have in our country and life, that's what you're worried about.
Yeah.
You just gotta open your mind and actually talk to people, and
I'll
not be so hateful, you know?
Yeah, I'll never forget, like, before, obviously this is way before I got into sim racing. My brother, kind of told me, personally, he didn't want to really tell my mom and dad, but my brother told me that he was gay, and I was like, I don't care. Like, whatever. That's you. Like,
as
whatever.
long as it's someone that makes you happy.
Yeah, like whatever you like. I don't care. Like, and I think he was worried that I would be upset, and I'm like, bro, like you're my brother. I mean, we have the same mom and dad. Like, you are my brother. It doesn't matter whether you like girls, boys, whether you like diesel trucks, or it doesn't matter. Hell yeah, diesel trucks, baby. It doesn't matter. Like, you are still my brother. It doesn't matter who you like, and I feel like, a lot of people nowadays just, they're like, their initial thoughts like, oh, you're a girl and now you're a guy, or you're a guy and now you're a girl. Oh, or like, come on, like, grow up. Like, at the end of the day, like, who cares? Like, as long as you're not trying to tell me that I have to be a girl, I don't care. Like, it is your brain, your personality, your body. Do whatever you want to, and I will support. Yeah. And that's how I feel. Again, like I said, and me and Carmen talked about this in our podcast. I mean, that was a great podcast. I asked her about her transition, and she said that.
Great podcast, by the way. I'll listen to that.
It was such a great podcast, and anybody that hasn't listened to it, please listen to me and Carmen's podcast, because I asked her, I was like, how was the transition? Because that's not, look, man, I mean, I can't even hardly be a dude. I can't imagine trying to transition to being not a dude. And I talked to Carmen about that. I was like, how was the transition? What did you have support, or did you not? And I'll never forget. And I mean, honestly, dude, it made me tear up a little bit. She was like, you were the first person that messaged me and said, congratulations. If you need anything, let me know. I am here for you. And I sent that message just because I knew that, like, that had to be tough. Like regardless of politics, who cares who the fuck you're going to vote for? That shit don't matter. At the end of the day, this is my racing community, and one of my members is transitioning and making a huge change. And she made that announcement, and I messaged her instantly. And I was like, hey, if you need anything or if you want anything, please let me know. I'm I fully support you. And that, when we had our podcast, she told me, she was like, that meant the world to me. Like, thank you so much for that. And that little message that I sent, I didn't think would mean as much as it did. And I'm so happy because now Carmen has this great operation with ABN, and I'm now a part of it. I'm broadcasting y'all's races on Tuesdays. I'm going to be
I'm sorry you have to do that, by the way.
Yeah, some of those races are rough, but some of them are some of them are fun.
You were there,
yeah, but then I get to broadcast ARX with the ARCS series. I'm going to be the lead broadcaster for that. I mean, I have a job opportunity now. Not saying that it's because of what I sent, but me and Carmen have a great history and a really great friendship, and now I'm able to broadcast races, and that's what I want to do. Like I want to broadcast a race where I have a producer that's telling me, hey, wreck in turn 2, and I get to talk about it. Like the professionalism, like you talked about earlier. I mean, ABN, the first race, look, I'll tell you right now, Blake, when I did the Daytona race for the HTL Truck Series, the first race, I got in there. It was my first ever race as, not doing the fucking ARCS Racing Networks where I'm fucking drunk off my ass and, doing some dumb shit. And I get in there and there's a producer in there and she's like, all right, well, here we're going to do this and this, we're going to do this. And I'm like, holy fuck, this is professional as shit. Like, I mean, ABN is off the fucking charts when it comes to professionalism.
I was so intimidated when I did the Winslow race. Because, I mean, Joe Cortez is the real deal.
Oh, yeah, he is.
That dude knows what the fuck he's doing. You know how intimidated I was going into that? Because I'm like, dude, Winstill's a big fucking deal. Like, I heard about Winstill before ABN, and now I'm having to broadcast this shit for a bunch of people. I have no idea who these people are. With a guy I've never commentated with, and I've talked to Amity or Strix. I've talked to Strix a few times. But it's intimidating once you get into it. And going back, I will say, I felt, because when Carmen came out, that was, I want to say a week, maybe 2 weeks after HTL put pen to paper to sign on like the first season. And just to be real with everyone, especially since I listened to Ryan and Carmen's podcast, I felt so much guilt that I didn't send Carmen a message or anything. I felt so bad because I didn't know what to do, because I didn't know Carmen all that much, but I know I should have done something. But and this is something I do a lot, especially when I'm in a lot of great stress or going through something that's really hard or something like that, is I tend to freeze and just not do anything. And that's something I did there. And I always felt really, really bad that I didn't do anything there. But at this point, I don't really know what to do, I guess. Like, at this point, it's awkward if I say anything. But I don't know. I always felt really bad that I didn't do more. And, people have come out in HTL since, and I still feel like I didn't do enough, Yeah,
it's a tough spot. I mean, it's...
Because you don't want to overstep your boundaries, but you don't...
Yeah. I mean, I felt...
Even when Selena came out, I still didn't really know Selena at that point, and I probably should have done something, but... Yeah,
and I mean, still at this point, like... Even her iRacing name, like we put her in our ARCS Xfinity League, and it's like her iRacing name's still James Thompson. So it's like, it's so tough because like you don't want to be offensive at any point. And obviously, like I said, I mean, when I started ARCS, our indie league was Jack Mulkey, Alex Simkowski, a guy that most of y'all don't know anymore, Stephen Doughton. He's not in ARCS anymore, and Clayton Hardy at the time. That was the 4 people that were running our open league series. ABN really didn't exist at that time. And
which, by the way, before I heard of ABN, I had heard of Indie ARCS and Champ Car, which is weird because I do feel like this is something we lose. Because I asked this a while ago. This wasn't in this podcast, but like a few months ago. It's like, how big is HTL? Like, how big are we known? And it's hard to know when you're in the middle of it. And I think it's the same thing. But the one thing I knew for fucking certain is that I knew what Champ Car was. And that's something I think y'all did. That was one of the best crossovers y'all probably could have ever done, was Indie ARCS.
Yeah, for sure. We started Indie ARCS, and at the time, obviously it was Clayton Hardy that was, involved with our Indie ARCS program, and Alex Simkowski, for those of y'all that know who Alex Simkowski is, he's a fucking hothead. And he was not a good admin. SKD also was not a good admin. So those two kind of didn't work out, and that kind of left. I mean, Jack Mulkey was kind of involved, but he's found his place with OST on Monday nights, which unfortunately competes with HTL, but they still have damn good numbers, honestly. I mean,
Preferred when Steven ran that series in HTL's off season personally, but
well, when A Squared finishes, they'll move to Sunday nights, so that'll be
weird because Armin started the late model series on Monday nights in the off season for HTL. And I was like, oh man, I didn't mean to step over Steven's toes.
Yeah, well, trust me, Steven. I'll go ahead and tell you, Steven doesn't give a shit what y'all do. Steven's gonna recruit, and that motherfucker can recruit. I mean, Steven Oberstadt.
I don't know about you. I was awful at recruiting. I hated doing it.
I wasn't good at it either, but Steven Oberstadt, that motherfucker he'll bring in 4 or 5 people a week, and they're like, what are you interested in? Super late models. It's like, God damn, Steven. Damn, you are fucking...
Where do you get these people?
He just goes into sessions.
How do I get these people?
He sets up sessions, and he'll get people in there, and he'll be like, hey, we run a league race on Monday nights. Come race with us, and they'll join the Discord. And he is one of the best, probably the best I've ever seen as far as recruiting people. I mean, he is a badass when it comes to bringing people in, and that's the thing, is like, he's not taking people from other leagues. He's not taking people from HTL. He's not taking people from ABN. He's getting brand ass new people in this server. And yeah, some people don't make it. We have to kick them after a race because they're running over people, but he does a damn good job of recruiting, and him and Jack Mulkey have done a damn good job, obviously competing with you, on Mondays, and a lot of, ARCS drivers run on Mondays because we love the next gen or hate it or whatever. But, he's done a great job.
I don't know about you. I can't remember the last time I went out and recruited. My main thing is get other people to do it for me because I just hate doing it.
I ran a few recruitment races for our Friday night series, for the Xfinity series that I actually finished 5th in tonight before I started this podcast. Yeah, woohoo. I'm 2nd in points after 3 races, so you love to see that. DJ Trout's first, so fuck DJ Trout, but
if you can figure out enter pit road at Richmond, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure, because he didn't do it. But yeah, I ran a couple of recruitment races, got like 3 or 4 people, and honestly, I enjoyed it. I was like, man, this is fun. Like, I'm out here just running these damn races that I hosted, and get 2 or 3 people to come in here with me. I mean, hell yeah, I'm all in.
Which,
but
I hope you know that trucks ain't gonna be trucks next season.
mm-hmm.
Which I don't know if that's a good decision or a bad decision. I guess.
Well, I mean, I think it works out for us, or maybe for both of us, because y'all are going to be running Xfinity on Tuesday night, and we're going to be running Xfinity on Friday night. So maybe some overlay there that we can kind of work on.
No, because it's like trucks have just been struggling this season.
Well, Feemster's bringing trucks back to ARCS on Saturdays, first week of August. We're going to Daytona, so.
That's next week, right?
Yeah, next Saturday. Yep, going to Daytona.
Pass. No.
I mean, hey, I don't blame you.
I don't know, man. It's just that's another thing. Which I'll be honest, I'm not very hands-on with trucks, but I don't know what the fuck's going wrong in that series either.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we did trucks, and then our SNS, it was a kind of a shit show there for a little bit. Austin Mongold says if anybody is interested, Olympic rowing is about to start at 3. I am not. I'm not watching Olympic rowing.
I like the Olympics one time. And that was the British ones when Michael Phelps was in his prime. That was pretty cool to watch. But other than that was also when Usain Bolt was going crazy.
Yeah, so it was
Ever since then, dude, I don't know about you. I
don't. I mean, to me, it just means 2 weeks of no NASCAR. So I'm.
Fucking exactly. Well, these stupid ass.
I'm not happy about it.
I want to watch my roundy rounds.
Larkin said we are 1 month and 1 week from Atlanta. Hell yeah, buddy. Almost there.
Dude, the spring race was the first Atlanta race I've missed in like 4 years. And it was like the greatest race of all time. I was like, seriously?
It was
and
three wide.
The race the day before is Sydney's, my girlfriend's. It was her first race ever. And I'm like, I really took her to like the worst race I think I've ever seen.
She's like, is this NASCAR? It's like, no, not really.
And I'm going to go on a tangent here because this shit pisses me off so much. I do not know why the trucks and Xfinity series go halvesies on the package in Atlanta. They do the intermediate body with the super speedway engine. I'm like, what are you doing? Just go full on plate package and you'll be fine.
They'll be fine. Yeah, it's a plate track. I mean,
that's all. And people are saying that it's gonna become an intermediate. It's not.
Yeah,
it's never been intermediate because SMI is not gonna allow it to be an intermediate because SMI wants their fucking plate track because they don't got one. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that's my tangent. I kept it short this time.
Yeah, hell yeah, kept it short. All right, buddy. Well, we're closing in on 5 hours. I probably should go to bed. Any other questions? Any other comments? Any other concerns?
Does anyone in chat have anything?
Austin Mongo's talking about badminton going live at 4:30.
We can't say anything because we went off the rails too.
Selena said 5 hours is insane. Yeah, it really is.
Like,
this is
am I gonna win? Never, probably.
Yeah, give him Daytona or Talladega. He's got Talladega Monday night.
Maybe I'll win Monday, but I'm gonna be honest. I want to, but I don't know if I'll ever win a skill track again in HTL.
Selena said she's winning Talladega, so you're out.
Yeah, you'll win.
Yeah, you got it. We have 12.
Maybe would win it.
Well, if I wasn't going to a fucking Detroit Tigers game. Fucking dumbass boss and owner.
Man, damn, I got 3.2K channel points in this one stream.
Yeah, we got 12 viewers right now, and it's fucking almost 3 a.m. I think you take the cake there, bud, of winning the best stream for sure.
Shit, this, you know what this means, right?
I don't know who rated our stream. I don't know who that is, but they saved your ass.
But you know what this means, though, right?
What?
gotta do it
Episode
again.
2? Yeah. Need a second episode?
We need to beat the record. We'll
Yeah.
start at like 8 o'clock and go till 7 a.m.
Oh, God. I don't know.
Do the 12 hours.
Yeah. 12 hours of Blake and Ryan podcast. There you go. We'll make it.
Just getting on Dirty Air.
Oh, yeah. Look.
That's the whole thing.
Dirty-
Y'all never get me set up.
Yeah, Dirty Air is fun because we talk so much shit. And I think we're doing one on Saturday.
Hey, I just want to ask,
Yeah.
who would be interested in an HTL podcast? Because we've been thinking about doing it for a while.
And
much for
the
Dirty
chat is silent. No, hell, I'll fucking get on there with you. I got some experience in some podcasting.
We used to have a podcast back in Heat called HTL Unfiltered that ran like 3 episodes. That was just us shitting on every single other driver in the series. It was fucking mint.
That's basically what Unfiltered Dirty Air is for ARCS when Kevin Feemster does it. He can only do it when I'm available because I have to produce it and go live, but it's still fun because we just talk shit.
Fuck yeah, let's do a second one at some point. People
Hell yeah.
seem to like seeing 2 rednecks talk about random shit for 5 hours.
I mean,
I can't remember the last time I stayed up this late.
bro, I don't even know what we talked about for the past hour. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Blake, when will there be a radioactive of the races? Never.
Oh,
I don't feel like editing that shit. And plus, our in-game, like in-sim chat, is not enough to do that. And I'm not gonna go around asking everyone to record their VCs because I don't want to hear what y'all have to say about me.
look, Selena, I have 2 radioactives.
Which are really good, by the way. I've heard those.
Yeah, on ARCS Racing Networks on YouTube. Go look at them.
Real quick.
Go view them. I'm telling you, you'll hear me talking about. You'll hear the initial story of Fuck the 27. It's in that YouTube video. That's a good one. But all right, buddy, I appreciate you coming out. I honestly, when I started this, I didn't know it was gonna be a 5-hour podcast. So
I didn't either. It's gonna be like 2 hours.
yeah, I mean, Joe Rogan doesn't even do 5-hour podcasts. So I mean, we might get 1.2 million viewers. So we'll see what happens.
It's not that big of a draw.
Yeah, I mean, me too. You know, if I was Joe Rogan, maybe we'd have a different story. But hell,
So just go bald, learn UFC.
yeah,
and
go. Yeah, I got a lot of hair to lose if I go bald. I don't know if I can do that.
I do want everyone to know I'm not wearing a hat because I'm balding. I still got some hair. I just like wearing hats.
Yeah, I mean, I have a full head of hair. I just like hats, so I'm not gonna.
What's the final drink count?
Oh, I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm on my 11th.
I think I'm at 6, but I don't think I have as high alcohol tolerance as Ryan does.
No, not many people do.
What's your percentage on your alcohol?
The White Claws are 5%, so.
These are 6%. So how the fuck are y'all still talking? I don't know. Because
fuck.
me and Ryan are best buddies.
Yeah, we're best friends. We're both from Georgia. Go Dogs.
I know where his diary keys are hidden and all that shit. Bro, you didn't even get me talking about games and movies, bro. We could have kept going.
I know. We could have. Episode 2, we'll talk about it. Somebody's going to say Roll Tide right at the end and just piss me off.
There it is.
I hate to see it.
Well, talk to me when you beat Georgia again.
Yeah, because it ain't going to happen this year.
Nope, because y'all got a donkey dick of a head coach now. So.
Yep, Nick Saban sucks. Even Hagan says, fuck Alabama. He even said it twice because I think he's misspelled it.
3 times.
I think he misspelled it again.
Well, John's an alcoholic.
Fuck Alabama. Fuck Alabama. Fuck
Alabama.
fuck
That Alabama Common Core is really going to work.
Yeah, Hagen's gone. I mean, I'm gone too, but luckily I don't have to.
That state next to us, a bunch of hillbilly cousin fuckers. So.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, thank you for coming on the podcast. It was a blast. We'll have to have a second episode. I'll let you see yourself out, and then I'll close us out. And holy shit, we went 5 hours.
All right, we're going for 6 hours next time.
All right, we'll see what we can do.
All right, man. Appreciate you having me on.
All right. See you, bud.
All right, see y'all.
All right, that was Blake Henderson. Did not expect that to go as long as it did, but here we are closing in. Oh, it is 3 a.m. Eastern time, so I'm getting the hell off this thing. I'm getting the hell up out of here. So thank y'all for tuning in. Had great viewership. Next week we'll see what we got. Nobody locked in quite yet, but great episode tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in, and we will see y'all the next time we see y'all. I'll be back in the booth Tuesday for HTL Hammer Down Truck Series. And then next Friday we'll be back with another podcast. So thank y'all for tuning in. We'll see y'all next time. Until I see y'all.